Hey, hello everyone. You're all welcome to week 2, day 1. Today we're going to see how to filter records using the select statement, and filtering of ungrouped data will be done using the where clause. Now, before we get into today's topic, I want to take questions from the concepts we've covered. Any question you've encountered which needs my feedback, any updates on your study so far? So first week was just to get used to the workflow of the select statement. We started with just simple select statement, the select and the from clause. Today we're gonna look at an extension. We're gonna add one more keyword onto the select statement, which is the where clause. You can see right here. This is gonna be our focus. We're gonna be focusing more on the operators. This is a list of operators we're gonna go through. So from every question you see that has a condition, you'll be able to identify the column. You'll also be able to identify the value. The issue is always the appropriate operator to use. List of female students, for example. Give me the first name, last name, and maybe date of birth of all female students. That question carries a condition, right? So female students, female is a value. The column is the gender, so the column hosting this value. And the appropriate operator to use will be equality. So where gender equal female. So those are the kind of things we're going to see today. So this is very, very important, right? We've seen the basic part, and now we're getting into the condition side. And based on those conditions, not every row will be returned, only rows that fulfill that condition. So this is a very strict condition that has to be implemented. So you begin to see that this is where you control the rows that show up in the table, in the result. This is where you control the columns you want to see. This is very, very important. So last week, we never had a scenario where we could control the rows that will show up, what data points qualify. We never had that ability to control the outcome from a rows perspective. So we were able to use control the columns by listing the columns you want to see. That's the role of the select clause. So you can control the columns you want to see from this perspective. What about the rows? Without the where clause, you cannot control. You see? Now, if you add a where clause, you're putting a condition. Only rows that fulfill that condition will be returned. This is very important. So those are the kind of things we're going to see today. Let me give you an example. So for the operators, we're going to exhaust the comparison operators. Is going to be the focus for today. And I'll touch base on the in and the between operator. I don't want to put everything on the same day. So we're going to push the and or not, like, is not. We're going to do that tomorrow. So we do the basic ones today, and you just have, an understanding of what the condition does within the construct of a select statement. So that is going to be the focus. These are some questions that we're going to cover today. Now, if you read through this question, you're going to notice a condition. They're not asking for every record in the table, specific records, right? So write a query using the where clause that displays all employees listed in this table who have the job title research and development engineer. This is very, very important. This is a condition right here. We are not showing everyone. We are showing only those that have a job title research and development engineer. Every condition carries a column. Every condition is built on a column. The value is specified. So the value in this case is this research and development engineer. What column is hosting this value? You're going to see that it's the job title column, and then this is the value. So you always have this structure: column name, operator, and then value. The question will always tell you the value. From the value, you can identify the column from the table. And then you will be the one to choose the appropriate operator to use. You will see that the conversation of today will be heavy around the choice of operator. The value will always be known from the question. From the value, you can identify the column. This part, you will have to decide it for yourself. This is very important. The operator to use will be determined by you, the programmer. This is very important. So that's the structure of the where clause. You have to know what column You have to know the appropriate operator to use and the value. This two will always be deducted from the equation. You read the equation carefully, you will know the value. Of course, you also know the column name. And you just have to make a very important choice on the operator. So putting everything together, this is what you end up getting. Right? So you only get those employees whose job title is this. Right. So I just wanted to have, a general perspective as to where we're heading to with this concept. And some conditions can have multiple. I think we're gonna start seeing these scenarios tomorrow. We have a condition on the total due. Write a query displaying the sales orders where the total due exceeds $1,000. So that's the first condition. Total due greater than, you see, you will be the one to translate this concept of exceeds. What operator best describes that exceeds is greater than? So we see the condition right here where total due greater than 1,000. There's also a second condition. Retrieve only those rows where the salesperson ID is this or the territory ID is this. So these are the kind of things we're going to see. See, this is the second part of that condition. Right. So conditions are there to control the rows that will be returned in the final result set. Right. Only rows that fulfill the condition will be returned. If you don't qualify or you don't meet the criteria, you will not be shown in the result set. This is very important. Right. Okay. So I want us to start by looking at let's go to the lecture materials. So for the lecture materials today, we have this. This document is always there. There are a couple of things I want us to address. You might have read about it. So we've talked about this. There's one part we did not talk about, working expressions. We've talked about this. This part right here. How do you get the distinct values in a column? So before we get to filtering, let's talk about this concept of distinct. I'm just going to go back to last week. There's a part last week 1, day 2. Simple select statement. This one right here. There are some important examples towards the bottom which explains the concept of this thing. Let me just go to that area so that you can understand when to use the keyword distinct. This is it right here. All right. So distinct, it is possible to retrieve distinct values of a column or combination of columns by introducing the keyword distinct. See, this is very important. Let's take an example right here. Let me go to this side. So let's use Global Superstore Connect, and this is it. Let's show the different, another word for different is distinct categories of products in the orders table. Let me show you the two ways. The first obvious error is going to be this one. If I kick out the keyword distinct, this is just listing the values in the category table, in the category column, sorry. See that I've requested for one column, and that's the category column, you see. Now, how many categories of products are in this business? You cannot tell your manager that there are 51,000 and so, this is wrong. You see repetitions. So the goal of placing a distinct in front of a column is to show, just like the word says, to show the distinct categories, the distinct levels. So if I run it with the keyword distinct, see what I get. You see? You can now tell your manager there are 3 categories of products. There are 3 categories to which our products belong. We either have office supplies, furniture, or technology. This is very, very important. Let me just take a moment and show you how this looks like from a visualization perspective. And let that load. I'll come back to that. So this is very important. There's a difference between this. This is just giving you the state of that column, different rules as they occur. if you want to get the different categories of products, you have to put a distinct keyword in front of that column. It will go in there and return this. This is very, very important, you see. Right. So I want you to understand the concept of distinct. List of distinct subcategories. How many subcategories do we have in the orders table? You have to put the keyword distinct in front of subcategories. And this is what you get. See that? These are the distinct subcategories we have. So products belong to a category of either this one, and then furthermore, the products are further divided into what? These different subcategories you see right here. I want to build this in a visual so that you can appreciate it better.
Sorry, when you say this thing, like, what are you particularly like referring to? 'Cause I don't understand.
Yeah, this
Like
is
you say select
so
distinct category.
if you just return categories, see that we have office supply, it is occurring multiple times. You see that? Now, when you put this thing, you're telling the system, hey, just show me the the distinct values in that column. Don't repeat any value more than one. See, that's the goal of this thing. So I started by doing this. You see, we're getting the repetitions as they occur. You see that? But if I put this thing in front of category and execute, see, it shows me office supply only once. So every single value is displayed only one time. That's the meaning of this thing. This is very, very important. Let me show you another example. Let's just go to academia. Use academia. I want to use the gender. Use academia. There are two gender levels, male and female. But if I just go to the gender column, just a moment. Let me transform this into uppercase. This will be in the student. If you look at, there is a gender column right here. Right here. You see that? If I call gender, it will just go to this column and return this and the values in the way they occur, you see right here. So if I just put gender right here, see what I have. Right here. See that? If you want to see the distinct gender levels, you have to put the keyword distinct in front of gender. We know that there are two gender levels, male or female, and that's the two you get, nothing more. See, this is very important. If I also ask you what are the different cities the students are coming from, different cities, if I just start with city, I will get it wrong because it's not going to give me the distinct. If I run this, so if I put city right here, I get this. See that? But if you notice, some of the cities are repeating more than once. It is just showing in a natural state. Right? Multiple students can come from the same city. So it's just giving you the city column the way it occurs in the table. But to answer the question, the different cities in the student table, you have to put the keyword distinct. You cannot say that 32 cities in the student table. No, you've counted some more than once. And the best way to visualize this is when you throw in an order by. Let's order by city. Like it will take, it's just like see, this occurs two times. It means that there are two students from Austin. There are this number of students from Dallas. You see, a lot of students from Dallas. You see. So that's when you put an order by, you can see that clearly. You're gonna get to the order by later on. So you cannot tell your manager this. There are 32 cities in the student table. This is wrong. You have to put the keyword distinct in front of city. It will now show you the different cities in the student table. And you can now confidently tell your manager there are 60 cities in the student table. So the role of
Um,
these things, yeah, question, yeah.
yeah. So is it possible to distinct from multiple tables, like not just one table, like maybe city agenda and same. Is it possible to distinct, and how do you
Yeah,
execute it
yeah, you
if
mean multiple columns. Yeah, yeah. You know
multiple
the
columns? I mean,
yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's a very important point you're raising, and it's right here. So let me just exhaust this. So list of distinct subcategories, we've talked about this. List of distinct countries, this is another very important one. If you remove distinct right here, you cannot tell your manager there are, let me run this, 51,000. No, this is, you have to put distinct in front of country. Let me undo this. You see? Now this will show you the distinct or the unique or the different countries in the orders table. And this is the 147 countries in that table, in that database. This is accurate because of the keyword distinct. See, list of distinct markets in the orders table. You just target the market, put distinct, that's it. You see, this is very important. And now let me head to your direction on that question. Now this is what we call distinct combinations. Okay, let's do list of distinct category and subcategory. So when you put two columns and you put a distinct in front of it, the first thing you realize is that you cannot put distinct on each of them. You cannot do a distinct right here and you also do a distinct right here. This is wrong. See, there's only one distinct in front of the columns, and the system will consider it as a combination. So each combination of category and subcategory must be distinct. So now we are looking at it from a combination perspective. So what does that mean? If you take office supply right here and you see at, this combination should never repeat again. So this and this should only show up once. If I take furniture and I take chairs, you never see this combination, only once. And this concept can be better understood if you throw in an order by. We're going to get to order by is used to control the arrangement of the rows in the outcome. For example, if I order by category, if you notice that this will now be sorted, it's like sorting, sorting. See? So under furniture, we have furnishings, furniture, chairs, furniture, bookcases, furniture, tables. We are done with that combination. And if you look at every combination of this and this occurs just once. If I go back and remove distinct and I run this, see what happens. You see that the combination of furniture, bookcases, this is it right here, furniture, bookcases, furniture, bookcases. This is no longer distinct combination, you see. And the number of rows has gone up. So if you want to get only the distinct combinations across two columns, you must put that keyword distinct. If you execute, furniture bookcase is only occurring once. You never see this combination. It is very, very important. You see that? All right. So that's a very excellent question you've asked. Yes, you can do combinations with a distinct keyword, and the distinct keyword shows up just once, even if you're listing 50 columns. Any number of columns, distinct shows up once. With a single column, you're looking at just the different values inside that column. With two or more columns, you now start start using the language of combination. The combination of this and this must be distinct. So if I run this, you see that you will never see this combination in this list. You will never see this combination repeating. You are not staying on one column. You see, on one side, it can repeat furniture, furniture, furniture. But since we're looking at combination, you must take this in combination with this to label it as distinct. Right. I will just stop right here and show you this visually. This is Tableau. It's a visualization platform. This is not what you're going to study. You study Power BI. I'm connected to the same data source, sample superstore. Right. And if I just go and drag, we talked about category. Select distinct category. See that under product category, put it right here. See that? If I do the same thing, that is automatically doing a select distinct. Where's category right here? If I remove this thing and I run this, see what we get. This is not select distinct, you see. what this is doing, it is showing the distinct levels in the category. Category has 3 levels, either furniture, office supplies, or technology. All the products you see in that orders table, they either belong to these 3 categories. So you must include the keyword distinct to get those 3 categories. And then after the category, there's what we call subcategory. So if I go back to this and I drag subcategory and I put it right here, you see, this is furniture. Furniture, these 3 subcategories belong to furniture. No, not 3. 1, 2, 3, 4 categories belong to furniture. We'll talk about office supplies, this is what we're referring to. We'll talk about technology, this is what we're referring to. But in SQL, if you put those 2 side by side and you don't put a distinct, this is what we're doing right here in this combination, category, subcategory. If I remove this thing, I will never be able to have that layout. See this layout? I will not be able to have it like so. This is very important. So you have to put that keyword distinct in order to achieve that uniqueness across the combination. Right, this is very important. So if I run this, execute, we have furniture, furnishings. So if you go to the furniture category, you'll see furnishings as a subcategory. If I go to that visual, let's go to the furniture categories. This is it right here, and I see furnishings right here. To complete this table, I can now track sales. I can now put sales right here. See, it now builds this. Anyway, we are not talking. This is visualization. We're gonna get to that gradually. Just want you to see the importance of the concept of this thing. Sometimes you're not interested in every single value in a given column, like so. If you're told to show the distinct or the different values or the unique values, those are the possible words. Distinct, different, unique, you know exactly what to do. You must put distinct in front of the column. If it's one column, if it's a combination of columns, you must put distinct. List of distinct markets and segments. See, you have to put distinct in front of it. This is a market and this is a segment. This is very important. See that? And it's the same thing you see in this visual. If I just go to segment, I drag and put right here. It's a distinct. It's a consumer segment, corporate segment, home office segment. We're going to see this in the where clause. If I can tell you to show me only orders that way from the corporate segment, you're going to put a where clause where segment equal corporate. And it's the same thing we do in a filter. If I just put segment on filters, I go to the list and I deactivate this, and I only show corporate. If I click on OK, you see this is a where clause. That's how you do it in a visual format. It's a filter. In SQL, it's a where clause. Right. So that was an excellent question. You can do combinations, 2 or more columns, but you have to interpret it from a combination perspective. Right. Let me show you something right here. Let's switch to inventory. And let's see this. Retrieve salesman ID of all salesmen from orders table without any repeats. This is the orders table. Let me show you the idea behind the orders table. The orders table is meant to track transactions from customers. Right. One order can be processed by multiple salesmen. So this order right here was processed by this salesman. You see, salesman ID this. It shows that this same salesman processed this order. See, this same salesman also processed this order. See them? So you get into a provision store, you purchase something, you go out to check it out, and a sales attendant helps you to process the item. So one sales attendant can process many orders. This process this as well, process this. So if you are trying to count the number of salesmen in the orders table, you're exposing yourself to duplicate count. Right? And that's the problem when you call salesman without a distinct. And if you execute this, You cannot tell your manager there are 12 salesmen in the orders table. This is false information because this person, for example, has been counted 1, 2, 3 times. This person has been counted 1, 2, 3, 4 times. See that? Now, when you put this thing in front of it, you're telling the system here, only show me the unique or the different or the distinct. That's why they say without any repeats. So this is how you get repeats when you just call salesman and execute, you get repetitions. And if you want to see this better, you can do an order by. We're going to get to order by. It's a very simple concept. You know about sorting, sort the table in ascending or descending order and stuff like that. So if I run this, I've sorted this result by order by salesman ID. The default is ascending, you see. So if you were just counting this, you count this person 4 times. This person will be counted 3 times. This person will be counted 2 times. 1. So when they say without any repeats or the distinct values, you must put the keyword distinct. So if I go right here, I need to put distinct. Right. Now you can confidently tell your manager, these are the list of distinct salesmen in the orders table. There are 6 salesmen in the orders table. And now you're confident that none of them was counted more than once. This is very, very important. Right. Very, very important. And that
So could
concept is already addressed when you go to visualization. Right. We talked about subcategory. If I drag subcategory right here, it is showing you the distinct levels of subcategory. But if you do that in the query, if you just go select and you put subcategory, you get the details. You're not, where's that subcategory part? Yeah, right here. If I remove this, you see, I run it. It's the same data set. Oh, sorry, let me switch to Global Superstore. This is the same data set. If I execute, it is showing me 51,290 different rows, and the subcategories are duplicating. If you want to, again, better understand this, you have to throw in an order by subcategory. This is sorting, and it's simply going to show you the repetitions clearly. See accessories. If you scroll down, you're seeing accessories so many times. Add binders, bookcases, chairs, envelopes. To remove all of these repetitions, you simply throw in the keyword distinct. So in visualization, the system does that for you automatically. This is showing the distinct subcategories. But in SQL, you have a choice to either show the detail levels or the distinct levels. And that's why I'm teaching you this concept of distinct. Now we are back to the 17 subcategories in that table. And that's the same thing you see in this visual. There's 17 of them. See, 17 marks. Somebody was asking a question. Yeah, please go ahead with
yeah,
the question. Yeah.
I was gonna say, is it possible to say like distinct is another way of saying unique? Is it kind of like unique columns, right?
Excellent. Yeah, the
Yeah.
unique, yeah, the unique values in a column. That's an excellent description. Yes. So please, when you think of unique, the possible words again are unique. Let me just put them in uppercase. This is unique. You can also use different. You can also use distinct. Right. So whenever you, and the SQL does not really recognize these options. So if you want to list out the distinct values in a given column, you put distinct in front of the column. This is very important. You see clearly it is done nicely in the visual. Right. But when you're doing it in SQL, you have to watch out. Right. You have to put the keyword distinct if you want to see just the unique or the different values in a given column. Right. So please, this is a concept we're supposed to do in week 1. So just go ahead and review that. The materials, you have them. Right. It's a very small but very strategic part of the concept you have to know as a data analyst. Right. Okay. I think we are equipped now. We'll continue our journey on the And the where clause, let's go back to the where clause as the focus of today. And for us to initiate that conversation, I will use this document, but most often this document, I will push it back to you. You will be the one to just read this and solve the questions that are listed right here. For example, if I copy this question right here, and this is another question right here, this is how you're going to be studying this, right? You copy the question, the database to use is iPing Academy in this PDF document. If you want to practice the questions in this document, use iPing Academy. So I've copied the question. There are two instructions right there. I'm just going to put it right here. This is our first example on the where clause. So there are two. I will just put my environment, just block comment environment, paste it. There are two questions right here. The first question is to write a query to return records for all students with first name Francis. So you can clearly see that there's a condition right here. We are not interested to see all the students. Only those with first name Francis. That's the goal. This is a condition. So in this week, our focus will be on identifying conditions and knowing how to address them in the select statement. This is another one. Also write a query to return the record for student with student IDs. Right, this is a condition. We're not getting all the students, we want only the student with this ID. This is very, very important. So let's target. I will target them separately and solve them. Right. So this one and this, I'm just going to put them. So this is what I want you to do when you're studying this PDF document. And that's where you should begin. Right. Do this first, understand the concept, and then proceed to work on this other document. This is the next thing we're going to address. This one. This one has more. Sorry, this I should be in week 2. Week 2, the week 2, the 1. So always start with the PDF document. This one. Practice it using iPing Academy database, and then next we solve the ones in the SQL file. This is the next target. So I just mentioned that if you're working with the exercises in the PDF document, the lecture material, use iPing Academy. So I'm just going to connect, use iPing Academy. Please remember that all the examples in this PDF document are based on the student table. It's iPing Academy, right? And of course, let me just do a quick check on iPing Academy and see what schema is hosting the student table. Yes, you see, in this example, it is based on DBO. So you have to adjust that, right? So in this case, it's based on test. So you cannot do, if you run the queries, select star from DBO dot student. This is not, you're going to fail this. The query is going to fail. And it's also worse if you copy the query from this and you try to just paste it and execute. I discourage this practice. That's why I had to change that DBO to test to force the students to type it out themselves. This will fail, you see, because the student table is not in the DBO schema. You go to that iPing Academy. This is iPing Academy. This is the student table. It's in the test schema. So please don't copy and paste anything. I would rather want you to copy the instruction, paste it, and then solve it and compare your answer with what is proposed. You see, this is the question right here. You're using iPing Academy. Right? What are we looking at right here? Query to return the records of students. We're not told the table, but we know that if you go to that database, we have a student table. So sometimes it's not necessary you're told the table, right? That's just treating you like a baby. You can read a question and understand the scope of the question. This question is scoped on students, and there is a student table. That's the answer right there in front of you. Table to use is a student table. So not every business question will point you to a particular table, right? And we don't see the table, we start complaining. Read the question carefully. It has a scope, it has a focus, See, every table is built to address certain concepts. A student table is storing student information. So if you read a question talking about students, it means you're targeting the student table. You see. So if I run this, this is what I get. Right, write a query to return the records for all students with first name Francis. I need a where clause to solve this question. And the where clause needs to be built around what column? First name. And the value of interest is what? Francis. Remember in day one, we talked about column value interaction. First name is a column. The column is right here. What does column store? Column stores values. And the value of interest is what? Francis. Please take note, I'm leveling this out because in the where clause we have column name, operator, value. These are the three building blocks of the where clause. And I highlight that concept right here, three components of the where clause. So for you to implement a where clause, you must have been able to read the question and identify these three things. The question will always have this and this. You will be the one to make a choice for this. You see that? So where first name is Francis, is always equality, comparison operator. So you're going to put where. The column name is what? First name. So you have to type out first name equal Francis. We know exactly what we are searching is Francis. So I'm just going to copy that. And this should be a string. This is another issue. Please never you make this error of typing this strings. This is a value. It is not an integer. It's not a number. It must be in a string environment. If I run this, I'm wasting my time. You see, this is syntax violation. Francis is a string. This is text. You have to put it in this environment. Right? I think we all remember that you cannot just type. You cannot just type something like this, for example. Right? This is very important. You see the concepts we built in day one. They were looking very funny, but these are critical concepts. You have to do it like this. So you cannot just go here and type Francis. It must be in that string environment. This is very, very important. If you're dealing with a number, you don't have issues with numbers, you can put it like that. But when you're dealing with strings, it must be in that environment. All right, so you see how the column and the values are interacting at the level of the condition, and there's an operator to use. We know exactly what we are searching. Equality means you know what you're searching. It's exact. And there's no forgiveness when you mistarget the value. If I remove this S, I run this, there is no student with that name. This is equality. There's no forgiveness if you get this wrong. The left-hand side must be exactly equal to what you stated on the right-hand side. See? So since no student has that name, I have to make sure I do the adjustment. And this is it. There are just two students in that table with first name Francis. And you see that that condition is met. Every other student was dismissed. Right, so I run this, I get all students. There are 9 students in that table. Of these 9 students, show me only those with first name Francis. So that's a condition. It will go to this row. Is first name equal to Francis? The answer is no. It skips that. Is first name equal to Francis? No. Is first name equal to Francis? Yes. So only rows where the condition evaluates to yes are reserved, are kept. Every other row is dismissed. So if I run this, this is what you're getting. So this condition will be evaluated row by row. If there are 1 million rows, the database engine will take that condition and run it against all the 1 million rows, one after the other. This thing is so fast, but that's exactly what the system is doing behind the scene. So it visits each of the rows. The where clause carries a condition on the rows in order to decide which row will show up in the results. I want you to understand this. So this is it. I get all the 9 rows. The system now sets the condition. First row is first name equal to Francis. This is first name is Valerie. No. This no. Yes. No. no, yes, no, no, no. So only cases where this condition evaluates to true or yes, that's when we get a result. See that? This is very important. I want to take you behind the scene to show you how the where clause is implemented. Please take note.
Um,
Yeah,
what
go ahead.
if you were trying to look for like two different people, like where first name equals to Francis and maybe a different name in the student table? How do you add it on the SQL? Like, will
Eh,
you put the plus sign, or how will you? Well, if it's possible, how will you run it?
That's a very good question, right? And that takes me to a different operator. I, I will come back to that question. Let me go back to the list. That takes me to a different operator. So right now, we're going to focus on this one. If you have more than two values to search, that's an in operator. Or you can repeat this twice. I can say first name equal to Francis. Let me search another first name. Let's look at Francis and Sean. So I'll do where first name equal to Francis. I have to put an or right here. And then I repeat this condition again. First name equal to, and now state Sean. We will study this today. That's an excellent question. We're going to study this. So Sean is right here. I'm just going to copy that, put it right here. And the next question you may ask me, why did I use or right here? So let me show you the possibilities. The best possibility is the use of the in operator. Right? So the in operator is when you're searching more than one value. Equality, you're searching only one value. This is very important. This is an interview question. What's the difference between equality and in? Equality, you're searching one value at a time. If you want to search more than one value, you use the in operator. We're going to study this today. Right? The question just came out, that's why I want to address it. So this is, you're searching two values in the same column. This is how you're going to put them. So if I run this, this is what I get. I get the two Francis and Sean. Alternatively, you can split them up like this. You search the first one, Francis, or the second one, Sean. Same thing. You see them? Please take note, you cannot use an and. Please don't worry, the notes are organized. We're going to address all of this. So you cannot use and right here. Can somebody tell me why we cannot put and right here, or interpret what's the meaning of and based on these two conditions? Is it possible to see a student whose first name is Francis and that same student has first name Sean? Is it possible? That is what you're doing if you put an and right here. This is what we call mandatory. So if I run this, no student qualifies because no student has a first name Francis and that same student has a first name Sean. This is very, very important. Students always get this confused. It is in the notes. We're going to address that, the and operator and the or. When do you use them? We're going to see this tomorrow. Right? So there's a reason why I'm using or, not and, because the same student cannot have first name Francis and same student has first name Sean. Take note that these conditions are evaluated on a row by row basis. So we go to the first row. Is first name equal to Francis and first name equal to Sean? That's the condition you're testing. No student will qualify. No student has first name Francis and first name Sean. That is the terrible thing you're doing when you code like this. And you see people doing this and you get an empty result set. And you have to look at it from the linguistic side as well. You see, is it possible for a student to have first name Francis and that same student has first name Sean? You cannot do this. I will show you cases where the and is possible. Right, but in this scenario, it's not. That's why you use or. I'm not a fan of this. I prefer this. When I'm searching multiple values in the same condition, I put in the in operator. I'm beginning to take you guys too far. I want to slow down. Let's dismiss this and let's go to the materials properly organized so you can follow through. I don't want to give these notes haphazardly. All right, so if you're with me, let's dive to this right here. Let's go for this one. All right, please open this with 2-day 1 SQL where clause. Right. Please remember that the where clause is used to impose a condition which will filter the results. Right? Only rows that fulfill the condition will be returned. This is very important. So L, the literature I'm giving you, you have to read this PDF document to understand that. So this is it, limiting or filtering the results of a query. The results of a query can be limited or filtered by imposing a condition. Now, this is very important. Only records which fulfill the specified condition will be returned. That's the goal of today. Every single question I'll give you has a condition. When you implement that condition, only records that fulfill the condition will be returned in the output. And we will evaluate that condition and show proof that yes, this condition was met for this row. That's why we can see this row in the result. You will never impose a condition and you see some other row showing up which did not fulfill the condition. It's never going to happen. You see that? So this is where the real stuff begins. Filtering data in SQL select statement. Please, anything I document in this SQL file, if you don't understand it, challenge me, let me explain it. You have to understand everything on this document right here. We're going to do it line by line. So please stay with me. You have a copy. You can also execute, follow through, ask questions. This is very important. All right, let's do the difficult part in class so that when you go home, you can just review, understand, and then you practice other projects. You see, that's the goal. So the where clause, see, now we're looking at select from where. Select from where, that's the order. Select, you list out the columns, from, you point to the table, where you put the condition. See, if you permit me to take you all the way back to where we had those select components and their role, this is a very important document, this segment right here. We've addressed this two last week. The focus of this week will be on this segment. And you see, it carries what? Search condition. Filters rows using a predicate. Predicate is simply a condition. And this is the full structure right here. Right. So having said that, let's begin. The where clause is used to filter ungrouped data. I'll explain to you the meaning of ungrouped data. There are several operators used in the where clause. If you want to study the where clause effectively, you must know all the possible operators that can be used. And that's why we've put them nicely in this table you see right here. We're going to open up by beginning with the comparison operators. From your basic arithmetic, you're familiar with the comparison operators. Comparison operators test whether two expressions are same. In that case, you're going to use this. Different. These are the two options for different. Anytime you see exclamation in front of any symbol, it's a negation of that symbol. Please write this down or remember this. Exclamation in front of any symbol is a negation of the symbol. This is what? Equality. This is what? Not equal to. This is equal to. This is not equal to. This is another format for not equal to. This is a standard one. You see, this is very important. This is what? Greater than. This is what? Not greater than. Like I said, this is a negation. It indicates not. So this is not equal to, not greater than, not less than. This is greater than or equal to. This is less than or equal to. These are what we call comparison operators. Let's go back to the list. These are all of them right here. Comparison operators. And you see this as an operator in the where clause. A lot of questions, right? So are we okay with this? You should know the list of comparison operators. These are them right here. In the PDF document, nicely written also. Comparison operators right here. And remember, this symbol, the exclamation symbol, is used as a negation. If you put it here, it becomes not equal to. That's what you see right here. If you put it in front of this, it becomes not greater than. If you put it in front of this, it becomes not less than. If we are okay, let's target an example. So practice questions. We are going back to the Global Superstore. The sales manager would like to know the order details of each customer in the corporate segment. This is a condition right here. We are not interested in all customers, only those in the corporate segment. Remember when we drag segment, let me remove this. Let's put segment. This is segment. If I drag segment onto the table, onto the visual, you see, these are the three possible segments. We have customer, we have corporate, we have home office. This question is only for those in the corporate segment. So you now begin to see how you're going to build your where clause. Where segment equal corporate, I've made use of a comparison operator, equality. And it's the same thing you're going to build in the visual. You just take segment, you put in the filter, and then you go and dismiss all the other ones and show only corporate. See that? See, it has filtered and it's showing only corporate. If you want to actually see this beautifully done, I will show, give me category, do a further breakdown by subcategory, and then let's track the sales. Right. Only show me this visual for those in the corporate segment. You just go to segment, drag it to filter, and then dismiss every other thing and just select corporate. You see how it is going to collapse, reduce this visual only to the corporate side. See? If you want to see that, I can put segment on the visual so that you can appreciate that better. Segment, further breakdown, you see corporate. If I remove the filter, everything comes back. See, so we have category, subcategory, and then segment. I want to zoom only in the corporate segment. You have to bring segment in as a filter, dismiss the other ones, and filter. This is what we call filtering. See, all the segments are now corporate. This is visualization, filtering. In the where clause, you will use this approach where segment equal corporate. Why do we use this? Because we know exactly the segment we are interested in, corporate. Please take note, equality has no forgiveness. If you misspell or you point something that is not captured in the database, you're wasting your time. See, this is very, let me stop right here. Questions. In fact, let me give you time to go over the question, check out the query. If there are any things that we need to address, let me know. Or maybe you had a different way you would have solved this question, just let me know. But first, let me give you time to read the question, look at the query, execute it, and then go over the results. Sorry, this I have to first of all switch the database to this, and then execute the query to this. See, first thing you notice that if I run just this part without the where clause, you see, I am getting 51,290 rows. You see, and it's a mixture of consumer, home office, corporate. You see, everything's right there. But then if you just filter it to the corporate segment only, now that's when the where clause comes in. Execute. If you go to the segment column, everything is pointing toward corporate, and there are 15,429. From 51,000 down to 15,000. This is how you filter rows. Take note, the columns were not affected. What you put here does not affect the columns. What you put here affects the columns. Where do you control the columns? You control it on the select clause. If I dismiss this column, it's right here, it goes away, quantity goes away. Don't go to the where clause and you're trying to dismiss a column from the output. It means you don't understand what you're doing. If I dismiss this column and I run it, you see, quantity has been dismissed. So why the select clause controls the columns you see in the result, the where clause controls the rows, these rows. And the total number of rows returned by any query can be found by looking at the bottom far right hand corner. Please understand what controls columns in the result set. It's a select, this part right here. What controls the rows you see in the result set is the where clause, the conditions you put. These conditions will be tested against each row. On this row is corporate. Let me go back to the original one. Everything. So it begins right here. First row, consumer, we're going to dismiss it because the condition is what segment should be corporate. This is segment equal consumer. We dismiss it. Dismiss, 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 dismiss. This is going to be returned. It meets the criteria. The criteria states that the segment should be corporate. This one will be preserved. This one will be dismissed. So please take note, this condition is evaluated row by row. This is very, very important. All right. I want you guys to be experts. There's never going to be a training where it's this detailed. I've outlined this, in a very detailed way. You understand what you're doing. I never you go to the where clause to add a column. Columns are added at the level of the select. If I want to bring back quantity, I go back to that and add. See, don't be confused. The role of the where clause and the role of the select. This controls the columns you see in the result set. This controls the values, the rows you see in the output in the result set. This is very important. And this is a condition that is evaluated row by row. We go to this row, we run the condition, we ask the question, is segment equal to corporate? The answer is no, false. Is segment equal to corporate? 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 Yes. True. So we only return the rows where the condition evaluates to true. If you go to the PDF document, you see that the result of a comparison operator has the Boolean data type. This has the value true, false, or unknown. So this is the evaluation. This is false because segment is not equal to corporate. This is false for segment is not equal to corporate. This is true. Segment is equal to corporate. You get the unknown when the segment value is missing. That's when you get unknown. We don't know the value, so we evaluate to unknown. So this is the only part that is kept, the true part. The false and the unknown are dismissed in the evaluation of the rows. Right, I think I've spoken a lot. I want to stop right here. Please take this personal, read through this question, look at the query in front of you, and just let me know the aspects you don't understand. Or maybe you have a different idea how you'd have, written the code for this. This is very important. I'm going to pause for a couple of minutes and give you time to go over this. And if you're all comfortable with this, we now move to the next question. That's how we're going to be doing today. Okay, are we good? Tunde, are we good so far? Is Tunde in class? Yeah. Okay, awesome. Lane, are we good?
I'm still trying to go through it.
Okay. Now just let me know if you have any question. What about Lanita? I've never heard Lanita's voice. Lanita, are we okay? Is Lanita in class? Yeah. Lanita, are we good? Like our volume is muted. What about Idris? Are we okay?
Yeah, still going through it.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. And
Yeah.
about Alex, are we okay?
Yeah, all good on my side. I'm good.
Okay, awesome. Is Ken in class? I don't see Ken on the list. Ken is not in class. Okay, Anita is present. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's take more examples so that we can understand this. Let's go to the second example. I just want you to know exactly where we are at the moment. We are looking at these comparison operators. So all the examples we're going to see in this segment we tie to this. So the operator we're going to use will be one of these, right? So you see in the first one, we use the equality because we knew exactly what we're searching is the corporate segment. So we put where segment equal to corporate. And take note, you have to type the right value. If you don't type the right stuff, you get an empty set, nothing, you see. This is very important, right? So it's always good to do like maybe, and that's why we always begin by doing the select star and then target the column, explore the column, see the values. If you just go to the segment, we're targeting segment for the condition. Segment is right here. You can see consumer, home office, corporate. And sometimes I just go to that corporate value, copy it, and just paste it in the string environment. See that? Now you can go back, read the question, and So this is what I would expect you to do when you're studying at home. You will go back and solve all of these questions. You can open a new copy of this, dismiss all the solutions, and create yours, and then compare it with what you have. That's the best way to practice this. Right? Just rely on these pre-prepared documents. Dismiss all of this, read this question, and then build it all over again. Right? So this is what I expect. Dismiss this, for example. Read the question. Let's build this together. We know the steps to follow. Use Adventure Works LT 2022. I'm going to stop right there and just, this is my first reaction. When I read that, I implement it. We're looking at the LT one and make sure I execute, and it's showing right here. So I'm connected to the database this question is tied to. Write a select statement that lists all customers tied to Mrs. Right. My next goal to know the table. And basically we're talking about the customers, right? Don't, create a scene that hey, the table was not provided. What are we? This is information about customers. That's the focus of this question. And if you go to this database, you'll find a customers table, right? So always be patient, read the question carefully, understand the scope of the question, right? The database is this. I go to this database tables, right? The question seems to be talking about customers. We have a customers table right here, and that will be my target. And how do I implement my target? Select star from you see, customer is in the sales LT schema. You can drag and drop or you can type it out. Sales LT dot customer. Right. I think that's the best way to solve these things. I'm going to go ahead and execute it. This is very important. See the content of the table. Right. It's talking about some title. Is a title column right here. You see, you're putting your concepts together. right? And then when you sit down now to type out the solution, you know exactly what you're doing, right? So we're looking at all customers who go with the title Mrs. You see, the title is right there, and this is what we're looking for. See, and this helps you because if you just dive into that question without looking at what the table is displaying, you might be tempted to put title equal this. This is not found in the table. If you do a select this thing on the title column, you're not going to find this option. It is always, that's why you always do a select star from a table. Explore it. Check the column of interest. See how the values are presented. We have this, not this. If I run this, I get an empty result set. See, this is very important, you see. Now you understand, okay, I need to put this. This is an equality search. What is on this side, on this column, must match what you're putting on this side. If there's no match, we don't get anything. See, now you have to put this, and that is a solid foundation. You understand exactly what you're doing. And all these 340 customers listed fulfill that criterion. They go by the title, Mrs. You see, this is very important. Miss, sorry, this is now we have to address the columns. See, we're not asked to return all the columns, specific columns, return ID. Right? You cannot just go here and type ID. There's no column as ID. If I run that, see, this is very important. Again, see the content of the table. We have this equation is talking about ID. We have customer ID. That's what we're going for. The scope of this question is about customers. So if you talk about ID numbers of customers, it is the customer ID. It is very important to print out a copy of the table and you're interacting with the table while solving the question. It is very important so you know what is available in the table, right? Customer ID, title, we have a title column, this one, excellent. You see, this is easy when you follow the steps. The workflow is very important. First name, last name, we have those columns. This is the first name column, this is the last name column. See, this is very, very important. See, first name, last name. Then we have the company name. We're going to close it by adding the company name right here. And these are all the columns that were requested. So the columns to be returned are specified on the select clause right here. Any conditions or criteria stated in the question goes to the where clause. And of course, this is undisputed. The from carries a table. And now you understand the role of each of these keywords you're typing. See? And now if I put this together, execute, this is it. There are 340 customers who go by the title Miss. How many customers do we have in total? We had 847. Right. This is the list of those who go by the title Miss. See? That's how you work as a professional. Okay. I will pause right here, give you a chance to go over the question, go over the query, and let's address any doubt you may have. Okay, guys, let's take another example. So let's go to question 3. And if you look at question 3, we're kind of moving away from equality. We are now looking at this, but not equal, right? So we are still on that particular database, AdventureWorks LT 2022. We want to write a select statement that lists the name, product number, color for all products that are not multicolored. See? So when you, this is a condition right here. So this is addressing the color of the products. And the specific value is this. So if you don't really know how this table is structured, again, that's when your select star is necessary. This is very, very important. So if you do a select star from that table, and then you go explore the color column, that's the column that will carry the condition. So let me just go to this and run this. You can also do a select this thing on color, just to explore the color column. You see, these are the possibilities. We want to get only those products that are not multicolored. There's a multicolored product right here. So we want to dismiss these ones. We are not looking for products that are multicolored. No, we are looking for products that are not multicolored. So we are moving away from equality to this not equal to. There are two ways, either this or this. Very important, and that's why we end up coding. I'm going to show you the two versions. So this was just to explore that table. Always do your table exploration, right? So this is the first symbol for not equal to this one. So where I put where color not equal to this. So we get every other color except those that are multicolored. So we are dismissing the multicolored ones. We have 237 products which qualify in this criteria. If I run and just see the original one, there are 295 products. You see, I've not selected or not highlighted the where clause. If I add the where clause to it, we are down to 237. And if you go through this list, you will not see multi as a color option. Why? Because our condition has kicked out that option. This is very important. So this is one way to do it with this symbol. What you see below is another option, not equal to. Please remember this. This is exclamation negates anything that follows it. So this is equality. If I just remove this, I will look at the multicolored products. You see, there are 8 multicolored products right there. But that's not what we want to see. We want to see products that are not multicolored. So to negate this, you put the exclamation in front of the symbol. This is color not multi, not equal to multi. You see, if I run that, see that? This is very, very important. I'll stop right here and give you some time to go over the question and then look at the two options. This highlights something very important. There are 2 symbols to look at, not equal. You do this or this. This one is a standard one, right? So let me stop right here and give you a moment to read the question, focus on the condition, and see the translation of this condition into this or this. Please feel free to ask any questions, right?
I don't know.
Okay, question. Yep. Was that a question? So please remember that this is very important. First, this symbol in front of any of these comparison operators is a negation. We're going to see that when we address the question on not less than, not greater than. So for not equal to, it has two options, either this or this. And we've explored those two in this question, right? So we're looking at products, all products that are not multicolored. So this is one way to do it. And this is
Um,
also another way to do it. Yeah,
what?
question. Yeah.
So why just the where condition doesn't execute normal? Like for example, there was one question that you gave last time where the simple select file that had the number 8 question where we had to I think was to divide and create a new column called profit margin times
Okay.
100%, something like that. Yeah. So that question, my first attempt, I used the where condition to 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 do the solution before trying to get it right, but it didn't go through. So I had to use body select. But why? Because when you read the question in the normal sense,
Right.
in the normal sense, it tells you like as a normal person, you feel like doing select from then you put the where profit margin will go and execute the solution. But I don't. Why does it not execute things like that? It's just
Okay.
to identify.
Yeah, that's a very important question. Let me go back to that and let's address it. So I know exactly what you're talking about. That's we saw that in, it should be week one. Just a moment. Let me go back to week one. So if you read that question carefully, the goal of that question was to build a new column, right? So you raise a very important point. You have to understand the difference between building a column, a new column, and imposing a condition. Columns will always go to the select clause. That's where you do the maneuver. For conditions, where clause. Two very important things, right? So let's go back to that question. And that was a hands-on. That should be day two. So the simple select hands-on. I think that was one of the last questions on the list. I'm also going to show you something similar to this today. Right, this is the question you're talking about, right? So we are using the global superstore. The sales manager has provided you with the calculation below. This equal this. So these two columns are available. Profit and sales are available. Let's build a new column called profit margin, right? So profit margin, although it was not stated, it is a column we want to add it into the query. It's a column. So columns go to what? The select clause. This is very important. See, that's why we go to this, we add the calculation, and then we give this as the name of the column. You cannot build this in the where clause, right? Because the scope of this is what? A column. Columns are built on the select, right? So this is how you're going to build that, right? And I execute this, just a moment. So we create a new column called profit margin. So if the goal, let me repeat this again. If the goal is to create a new column, that's what we call a calculated field or a computed column, a column that is not originally in your table. So if I go to this table, let me show you something right here. If I go to the original table, that's the orders table of the global superstore. Let's dismiss this and put an asterisk. Right. You'll see this a lot in businesses. Right. The database, when you're building databases, don't store information that can be calculated. Instead of storing the age of customers or students, don't do that. Store date of birth. At any moment, we can calculate age from date of birth. So things that change over time, don't store them. Or things that can be calculated from other columns, don't store them. That's redundancy. We can always get profit margin from profit and sales. Let's store sales, let's store profit. Whenever we need profit margin, we build it from that. That's what we call a computed column. A column or a derived column, a column that is built by using other columns available in the database. Right. So anything column driven, very important. It goes to the select clause. So this is not a question where you target the where clause and try to bring up the profit margin. You don't build columns at the level of the where clause. You see that this is very, very important. So this is where you will put the calculation to get profit margin. You see, it is placed on the select clause. That's what you get. And then if they further tell you, like you're going to see a question today, only show those orders where the profit margin is negative. This is the profit margin. Only show orders where the profit margin is negative. If you want, I can just jump to that question. Let's address it. Let me dismiss this. All right, so let's go back. Just let me take you to that question. So we just address it right here. Please, can you all scroll down to question 9 in that same week 2 day 1 document? It has the two things that are confusing. And that's a very excellent question. What goes to the select columns? What goes to the where clause? Conditions. And of course, conditions, when stating a condition, you also have to state the column. So the where clause will also have those 3 key points: column name, operator, value. This question right here, I think by the time you're done with it, is going to clarify the question you just asked. So the sales manager has provided you the calculation below. It's the same question. This is the calculation. This is going to be a new column called profit margin. Write a query which returns order ID, order date, profit, sales, and a new column called profit margin. For all orders, I made a mistake. For all orders with a negative profit margin, this right here is a condition. All orders with a negative profit margin. You see? So first, we build the profit margin as a column. This is it. See, it is going to the select clause. We build it as a column. It's placed on the select clause. If I just run this part, in fact, let's build this together. Let's not rely on pre-built stuff, and let's build it together so that you see how the things are put together. Right? We read through the question. We are dealing with what the orders table. We use the orders table from the Global Superstore. I'm connected to Global Superstore. I just need to do the schema is DBO. You can always explore that if you go to Object Explorer window. Database is Global Superstore right here. The table, these are the 3 tables in Global Superstore: orders, people, returns. We're told to use the orders table as the question right here. So that's why I'm doing this. So this is understood. Global Superstore is our database from this part of the equation. And then this is the table from this part of the equation. Everything put together, this is it. Always very important. Run that and observe the table you have in front of you. See? All right. Now at the side of the columns, what are we returning? Return order ID. I can just start typing them. Right, order ID. This is what you will do. Right, put a comma, go to the next one. The next is the order date. Order date. It's better to build this right in front of you than to prepare it. And profit and sales. Right, let's put profit and sales. These columns are available. Profit, no, that's not profit. Profit is right here. Sales, right here. And then the next column is a new column. New in the sense that it is not in this original table. You don't see profit margin. We have profit, we have sales. We're going to use these 2 columns to build a new one. And the CEO or the sales manager has provided you with the calculation. This is just copy the calculation and put it in the select. This is very important. It goes to the select right here. And if I run this, I create a new column, which is this one, without a name. it is your role now to copy this name, profit margin, put your alias and paste. Remember, we're going to have an error. There's a space in this. If you run this, you're wasting your time. We've addressed this last time. So this has to be either fused together like so. You see that? Or you put a square bracket. The sales manager gave it with a space in between. So let's do the same. Put the space, but for you to do this, you must put your square bracket around that column. Right. Execute. Yes, we've built a new column called profit margin. Now the next part of the question, which states that we only show orders with a negative profit margin. That part of the question needs to be answered with a condition. Of course, this is a condition. Only orders with a negative profit margin. This order right here has a positive profit margin. Positive. We only want to see the negative one. Can somebody tell me what condition can we put right here to get negative profit margin? And I'll begin to explain to you very important things. You cannot take the column you just built and put in the where clause. The column name, it doesn't work like that. This thing is built right here. You cannot just start using it in the where clause. It doesn't recognize it. I will explain to you why this. I use the original calculation, this one. I have to copy all of that and put it right here. How can we make this to only show the negative profit margin? What can we put right here? Less than 0. I know you know this, less than 0. If this calculation, which is what profit margin, is less than 0, then we've been able to answer this part of the question. All orders with a negative profit margin. That's it. See, if I run this, execute. So this question is excellent because it has addressed the two components you raised in your question. Right. Calculation of a new column is done at the level of the select clause. It generates this new column with this name. Now, imposing a condition is done at the level of the where clause. And of course, this is a condition. Only orders with a negative profit margin. You have to put the calculation for profit margin, which is this, and you see less than 0. That's how you get the negative values. Execute, and you notice that all the orders listed on this output, their profit margin is negative. A total of 12,544, every single one of them. That condition is strictly implemented. There's no violation. Right. So let me give you another moment to go over this question 9. It addresses the two aspects that was raised from, and that should be our next question. Right. Please, is this understood? This is very,
You
very
haven't explained. You haven't explained why we can't use the new column on the where clause.
okay. Yeah. I will explain that when we complete the full picture of the select statement. Right. I will explain that later on. It has to do with this. If I explain it now, you're not going to understand it.
Okay.
Right.
No worries.
Yeah. It has to do with this. You see, this is what they call the written order, but this is what they call the processing order. When we write codes like this, select from, where, group by, have an order by, SQL processes it like this. This is where that alias is generated on the select clause. This is where the where clause is being processed. By the time the system is looking at the where clause, the alias which you've built right here, you see the step. So anyway, I know you will not understand right now. Let's finish this, and then I'll come back to this. But just know that the way you type it is different from the way the system will process it. And that's why we have the written order and the logical processing order. The question you just asked always shows up in interviews. Right. If I put that in the order by, it will show up in the order by. But if I put it on the where clause, it will not be recognized in the where clause. Let me show an example. Take profit margin. It's a column we just built. I put it in the order by, the system will recognize it. Why? See where the order by comes in. This is where profit margin has been built. It's an alias column. This is where we build it. Of course, you see right here. This is profit margin. It's an alias, a column that is built at the select. You see where the system processes the select right here. Although we've written it first, the system processes right here. Anything that is processed here, you can refer to it right here. But you cannot refer to it here, here, or here. This is a rough explanation. You will not understand it now. I'll come back to it once we are done with the written order fully. Understand it. And that's a typical interview question. Right. So you see the system is recognizing it by putting the order by. But if I try to put this same thing in the where clause, this is the logic for profit margin, paste it right there. Immediately I get a red flag. What are you doing? I don't recognize profit margin. Why? Because profit margin was built right here. We are processing the where clause. Profit margin does not exist. We go to the group by, profit margin does not exist. We go to the having, profit margin does not exist. This is where profit margin comes into the picture. It's built right here. We can use it in the order by. Yep, but just hold on to that. I will come back to it. It's a very interesting interview question. You cannot afford to fail that. Yes, so that's a very important question. Hold on to that. Yeah, so let me run this. So please understand the focus of the select. Columns or building new columns. So you can pull columns that already exist, or you can create new columns from existing columns. Profit margin is an example. Profit margin is a new column that is built from profit and sales, which are existing columns. Right. And then we have now a condition on the new column we've created. Negative profit margin. This is it. Less than 0. Right. So just like that, we've been able to knock out question 9. Let me go all the way back. So we've done 1, 2. On comparison operators, we've done question 1, question 2, question 3, done that. See, the 2, not equal to, not equal to. These are the 2 operators for not equal to. Let's do 4. All right, let's just exhaust comparison operators and then we'll take a break. Anyway, no, that would be too much. Let's see. Anyway, let's do a couple more and then we'll take a break. So on 4, we are now going to the movies database. There's a switch right here, movies. And let's check out this. Using the film table. You see, this is the film table. Write a select statement that lists the film ID, film name, our film release date, film runtime minutes, our budget, Oscar nominations, and Oscar wins. There's a condition. All films that are more than 2 hours long. Please take note, you cannot just go right here and just put greater than 2. And if I run this, can somebody explain why I have no result when I do this? That the film runtime minutes 2. This is wrong. Greater than 2. Where is that film? Runtime minutes greater than 2. Film runtime minutes, what's that? It's film runtime minutes an integer greater than 2. Yes, this is wrong. More than 2 hours. If I just go here and put greater than 2, this tells you is what film runtime minutes. This is giving to you in minutes. So 2 hours converted to minutes, what do you get? You have to do the conversion. So film runtime minutes is given to you in minutes. This is not 127 hours. This is 127 minutes. So we are told to give more than 2 hours. So 2 hours. This is going to be 60 plus 60. That's 120 minutes. Right. So previously you were seeing, and if you go now to the film runtime minutes, you don't see any film that is less than 120 minutes. I have a question. What if a film is exactly 120 minutes long? Is it going to show up in this result?
No,
Mm, no, I don't think it's gonna show.
you have to. I'm sure you have to use it's equals to or
Excellent.
Greater
um,
than
greater or equal to.
Excellent. I like that. That's very important. So if you add this to it, this is greater than or equal to. Let's run this and see. We are currently at 141 for strictly greater than. If we run that, yeah, 8 more was added. See? So this is very, very important. And these are things that you have to read the question carefully. All those are supported. All of those are comparison operators. You can let me go back to that list. See, greater than or equal to. You have to read those carefully. And the question right here was films that are more than 2 hours. Right. So it's strictly greater than, and 2 hours converted to minutes. That's when we have that stuff right there. This is very, very important. Right? I think this was a straightforward one. Right? So this is comparison operator. Let's look at 5. Any question on this? Maybe I'm going too fast. All right, 2 hours converted to minutes. From the name, you can know film runtime minutes. It's in minutes. So 2 hours converted to minutes, we hit our target right there. There are a couple of questions you're going to see that we're going to do some adjustments on the values before we implement them. It's very, very important. And that shows you understand the table you're dealing with. These values are captured in minutes. Right, it will be wrong for you to just go right here and just put 2 and execute. This is very, very important. You're misleading the business. Right. So it's the goal of the select star from a table. Take a moment, explore the table before you analyze it. Statisticians do this, they have a concept of data exploratory analysis. Exploratory data analysis. EDA. This is very important. You don't just dive into something and start analyzing. You have to first of all explore it. Right. And just a basic exploration will know that the film runtime is reported in minutes. So if you're asked to look at it in hours, you have to do that conversion, right? We're going to see this concept in a couple of other questions, right? So 120, right? Okay, this one is still in the movies database. Write a query, this list of films, all films that were released after 2005. Yes, this is another example. We're going to do an adjustment on the value. Films that were released after 2005. This is what we did last week. Execute. You see, we have a variety. You see, 1993. If I just throw in an order by, you're gonna see it sorted nicely. All right. We only want to see those films that were released after 2005. Can somebody give me an appropriate operator to reflect the concept of after? That's greater than, right? Yeah, that's greater than. And then if you now target the column, you see the values, film release date, where it is not given in years. What am I saying? You cannot just go to this and say where film release date is greater than 2005. See that? It shows that you have not studied the table and studied the column. See that? It looks like nothing happened. See? See, I still have 1993, I still have 2002. It's all mixed up. You see, I have this 1998. This where clause was not properly written, and hence the system just ran it and gave us some funny results. See? So how do you address this? This right here is a date. You cannot compare dates to integers. So what you're comparing on this side must also be same as what you're comparing on this side. You cannot compare cocoyams and plantains. That's why they say this is a comparison operators. The things you have on the left hand side and the right hand side must be comparable, must be compatible before you can engage them in this comparison concept. This is very important, right? So you cannot just go to a date and isolate and just put year. No, that's not how it's structured on this side. As a professional, when we get to functions, you get to understand that there is a function called year, which goes into a column, a date column, and extracts the year. Now you can do this comparison. The year function will go into this and extract year, and you can now compare the year to this side. This is now valid. If I run this, I hit my target. See, greater than 2005. You see, every single film release date right here is greater than 2005. See, but since we're not looking at functions, right, I will dismiss this, and I want to show you that you cannot do this because this right here is a date. Why this right is an integer. In comparison, at least to compare two things, you have to make sure they have the same basis for comparison. You understand that this is very, very important. See, students do this mistake. A simple exploration of the film release date column will tell you it's a date. Right? You cannot just take an integer. This is not a date. You cannot compare a date to a non-date value and expect to get a result. Right? And that's why we have to do a maneuver. Since we've not studied the year function, we would have to do a maneuver and say, hey, you know what? The year 2025 to 2005 ends on this date. So if we want to get the films that were released after 2005, we can mimic this arrangement. See? And that's how we end up hitting our target. See? But this is not how you do this professionally in a job. Now, nobody cares. If you do this, everybody cares about the end result. Is your result correct? We don't care about the steps you use, but is it correct? Right, but the professional way to do this is to go through the year function and just simply point it to year. Right, but without the year function, you have to, this is a date right here. You have to make sure you're comparing with something that has to do with a date as well. Right, and that's how you end up getting the films that were released after 2005, greater than. Please, this is a very important explanation. When you're doing comparison analysis, make sure the data types you see on this side and this side are compatible before you can launch that investigation. See, very, very important. Right? Don't try to reduce this into this. And of course, dates as strings. See, you're wasting your time. You're getting, this one seems to be pulling through, but I'm not a fan of this. See, so always do something like that. Right? But at the end of the training, everyone will be looking at the year function. Go to this. For example, you see this film release date. This is not a concept I should be explaining right now. If I just go in year, I put year, extract the year from this. I'm creating a new column. See, run this, create a new column. See, it goes to the date and extract just the year. That's the meaning of the year. We're going to see this on the 5th week of the training. That's when we're going to do functions. Right, so we're going to dismiss this. It's not the objective for this week. And if you want to limit ourselves within our objective, this is the approach you're going to use. So please take note, when you're implementing values, always go and check the value in the column. This is another example. You will be tempted. Let me just read this together with you. You use the movies database for this requirement. This is the movies database. Execute. Using the film table right here. Write the select statement that lists film ID, film name, film release date, film runtime, and film budget for all films with a film budget of at least $50 million. And this is another possible mistake students will do. They just copy that value, $150 million, and plug it right here. See, you start having issues. See that? Why? Because if you take a simple moment and explore the film budget dollars column, that's the column we're targeting the word close, you see how the values are reported. It has nothing to do with the dollar symbol. The commas you see don't include things that are not captured in the table. This is very, very important, especially when it comes to implementing conditions. Don't capture, don't, state things that are not captured in the table. You see, this is a comparison analysis. The structure on this side must be in the same basis as what you see on this side before you can compare them. This is very, very important. Please take note. Comparison analysis. Right. Column is not capturing dollar symbols on the values. Why should you test this column, which is not capturing dollar symbols on the values, to a value with a dollar symbol? And even the thousand separator is not there, you see. This is very important. Right. So this is it. Right. And the next big question we have to address for this question is what? What is the interpretation of at least? Give me films that have a film budget of at least 150 million. How do you interpret this? I'm not a native English speaker, so I can take that to Google and just plug it there. At least meaning, and the first thing you see right there, not less than. So it actually sets a minimum. I need at least 5 students. That's the minimum number of students I need. It could be more than 5. It could be 5 or more. And see, this is one interpretation, not less than. And so I kind of split this question into 2 parts. At least, if you interpret it from a not less than perspective, and this is the operator you're going to use, this one. So this will give you themes whose theme budget is at least 150 million. This is the interpretation of at least from a not less than perspective. This is less than, this is not less than. So this is what you get. Interpretation of at least, that's what you get. Second interpretation of at least is the popular one, greater than or equal to. I need at least 5 students. So basically what I'm saying is that I need 5 or more students. So at least is used to set a minimum. From that minimum upwards. See, that's why we have the greater than or equal to. So the minimum film budget should be 150 million or more. So at least interpretation is what? Greater than or equal to. This is a symbol you use. You see that? And that's how you deliver on that question. I have to pause right here and give you some time to go over this. Please, let me pause right here for a couple of minutes. Go over this and see if it makes sense. Okay, any question on this? So please, you have to remember this. Right? Some business requirements might carry stuff like this. In the condition, you know how to translate it into an appropriate operator within a SQL. So that's going to be a choice of the comparison operator. Right. This is very, very important. There's at least, there's also at most. I don't know if I made use of at most. Yes, this one right here. At most. So why at least is setting a minimum greater than or equal to the minimum. At most is setting the upper limit, the maximum. So it should be less than or equal to that maximum. I need at most 5 students. I cannot go above 5. That's at most. Right. So let's look at this still on the movies database. Using the film table, write the select statement that lists the film ID, film name, the film release date, film runtime for all films that have a runtime of at most 100 minutes. We all know that film runtime was captured in minutes, and the value given in this is minutes. So we just have to plug it inside. Right. So just to repeat this again, the film runtime is captured in minutes. So these are all minutes. And the value of interest is given in minutes. So we don't need to transform that. Right. So first scenario, at most, not more than. Give me at least 5 students. So that's the upper limit. At most sets the upper limit. And so the equivalent of that will be not more than. Right. And so this will be less than or equal to. Sorry, not greater than. So not more than. You cannot go above the upper limit. The upper limit in this case is 100. So we cannot go above 100. So not greater than 100. So I know it could be a little bit confusing, but you just have to understand that at least is setting the minimum, while at most is setting the maximum, and we cannot go above the maximum. So films that have at most 100 minutes in the runtime, we cannot go above 100. So not greater than 100, or better still, this is always the best option. Most people relate to this easily. So at most means less than or equal to. So at most sets the upper limit on films that are more than 100 minutes. So the option here is what? Less than or equal to. Right? I'm putting these tools, so that you understand both. Right? So this will be the outcome. And if you go through this, you'll see that there's no film in this list that is more than 100 minutes long. And films that are exactly 100 minutes long, they're also included in this list. Why? Because of this equality. Please take note that the equality right here impacts this value. It adds this value onto the list. Why? If I drop the equality, this is strictly less than 100. Any film that is strictly less than 100, less equal to 100 will not be included. So if I run this one is going to go away. This film ID 127 will go away if I run this. And any other film that is exactly 100 minutes long. You see? So you have to watch out. Right? So this right here is what we need. At most, that's less than or equal to. At most sets the upper limit. We cannot go above that. So less than or equal to. I think any question? If not, let's take a break. I think we need a break, right, before we're gonna come back and continue. So please, I want you to ask questions. Let me clarify your doubts so that you begin to understand this concept. And even when you're studying at home, you have any challenges, just put the question on the WhatsApp group and we're going to address it. Right. Okay, let's go for a 15 minutes break. I'm going to set a timer for a 15 minutes break. After the break, we're going to address some questions before we continue the concept on those comparison operators. Okay, so let's go for a 15 minutes break. See you after the break. Okay, are we back? Okay, I want us to address some questions. Any doubts so far? We can just address them before we go to the next example. Okay, so just to recall, if you're talking about at most, you're setting the upper limit, and the focus is to get records that are not more than the condition you're putting in place. And for at least, you're setting the minimum, and you're targeting greater than or equal to that minimum, right? This is another example of a comparison operator, but notice I'm actually comparing two columns. I just wanted to put this so that you're able to see this is a possibility, right? The traditional aspect has been compare a value, column to values, and then you can also do column to column comparison, right? So let's take a look at this one. This is Adventure Works LT 2022. We are looking at a comparison for products that we're comparing list price and standard cost, right? So we're going to be returning the name of the product, name, the product number, the color, standard cost, and list price. And we are doing this for all products with list price less than the standard cost, right? So that's how you're going to put it. We haven't targeted a specific column, a specific value, and compare the column to the value. You see that? These are comparisons involving two columns. I'm just putting this so that you understand that, hey, this is also a possibility. And just the way you're thinking, that's how you're going to code it, right? List price less than standard cost. Are the products where the list price is less than the standard cost? It's an investigation and execute that. In a normal business environment, you want to make sure you're making profit. So the standard cost is the cost of making the product, and the list price is the price tag on the product, the selling price. See, you want to definitely make profit. You cannot have a product where you're selling the product at a lower cost than the manufacturing cost, right? So this is just to highlight that possibility. You can compare two columns, right? This is very, very important, right? The normal scenario will be products where the list price is greater than the standard cost. Here, you're gonna start seeing products we sell more than at a cost higher than what we incur during the manufacturing process, right? So this is a good example to see that comparisons can also be done between columns, right? Previously, we've been looking at comparison column and certain value. That's when you see the column name, operator, value construct, right? So in this case, we are just going to be taking the list price for each row. We compare it to the standard cost, and we only return those where that is less than. If this list price is less than the standard cost, we look at this. Is this less than this? The answer is no. Is this less than this? So we only fetch out cases where the list price is less than the standard cost. And this is the result right here. So this is something to remember, that on the where clause, you can be comparing two columns, and that's how you're going to code them. Products where the list price is exactly equal to the standard cost. Is that possible? Do we have such products? Run that. We don't have that, you see. So yes, you can do comparison between two columns on your where clause. Yeah. Any question on this? Okay, let's go for the next one.
Excuse me. Do we know the result only when the database must have been executed?
Yes, that's a very good question. So, yeah, if you just code it like this and you don't execute, yeah, you're not going to see the result. You have to, this is just the code you've written. Now, submitting this query is now putting the database engine a task to go and fetch this information, right? So when you write this, you must execute it. And after executing, you will see the feedback in the result window, right? And so this feedback you're seeing on this result window is the result of whatever you coded in the code you wrote. This is very, very important. So you must execute it.
Okay.
And then that's when it goes and fetch the information and prints it out in an output window. That's why the select statement is the most popularly used SQL statement. I use this statement every day at my job, every single day, right? To query different business requirements. There's a lot of information stored on this in the database tables. So we get specific instructions to go fetch specific information, right? So these requirements are given to you in English. If I just highlight this and submit it, the system doesn't understand what I've done because I wrote that in English, right? So you read the requirement and you translate it in a language that the system can understand. And that's why we're studying SQL. It's a database language, right? I remember a student once asked me, why can't we just write this in English and then we submit this? The system understands what we've done and it process it and give us a feedback. Yeah, then there will be no need to learn SQL, right? So databases don't understand English language. So this is the instruction. This is the business requirement. It's documented in English. That's why we need a programmer or a data analyst, expertise in SQL language, to take that information, code it in a language that the database understands. And when this is the instruction, you say, okay, process me this information. That's the meaning of execute. And it's going to process the information and gives you a feedback. If the code is not correct, you get an error. Right? If you miss out something, maybe the database is not the right one. I have it on inventory. If I run this, if it doesn't find this table on inventory, I have a serious issue. I get an error message. Right. So that's a very important question. Yes, these are instructions we're executing against the database. Right. And the intention is to fetch specific records. And of course, as the condition is defined in the question. Right. And that's the focus of this week. We're not just going to be looking at straightforward questions that will return every single record from the database table. We will be targeting specific rows, specific records as defined by the condition in the question. The condition right here is simple. All products where the list price is less than the standard cost. And that's the investigation right here. And for those products, these are the columns we're interested in. I think we know this part. This is the focus of last week. And we are just extending this aspect today. Right. Yeah, I think we've talked about this one, but let's go over it again. We are going to compute a new column called profit margin. Most businesses, they do this a lot. They'll give you the calculation, right? And even this you can do that. You see, create calculated field. All the columns that are available in the database, they're right here. You can also add additional columns. That's the meaning of calculated or a derived column. Create calculation, and you can type the calculation. Hey, I want to take profit. I want to divide it by the sales, and I want to multiply all of this by 100. That's a calculation of build. Multiply all of this by 100, and I want to give this column a name. You can type the name right there, and the name is what? Profit margin, you see. And once you click OK, it performs that calculation for you. If the calculation is not valid, you're going to get an error right here, and it will explain why it's not. So in SQL, similar thing right here. This is the formula. Just copy the formula. The goal is to build a column. So you're building that column on the select clause. This is a column, a column, a column. This one's already exists in the table. This is a new one we are trying to build from two things that already exist, this and this. If I type any name of a column that does not exist, I get an error, right? And that's the whole basis of doing a select star from a table, so that you get to see what columns are available in this table, right? So that you're not just guessing stuff, These are the columns. So any column you want to type right here on the select must be on this list. If it's not on this list, you can build it, right? Profit margin, if I dismiss this, I get an error on profit margin, and you should be able to understand this. There is no column called profit margin in this table. The formula for that column was given, it is this. Right, so that's why we have to take that, put it right here. If you just do it without this name, anytime you build a new column, the column comes up without a name. It is your responsibility to type the name of the column. Right, so we're just taking this, divide by this, and multiply by 100 to get this. Take this, divide by this, multiply by 100 to get this. So we're doing it row by row. You can see that row by row calculation. Right. So the column is built. It has no name. The sales manager had provided a name for us. It's right here, profit margin. Right. These things are interesting when you do it yourself. You type these things out and you understand it better. Of course, we have a space, and that's why you're doing this, you see. Right. So if I run this part, that column has been added with the name. Then the second part of this question is to show all those orders where the profit margin was negative. Negative just is just below the number line 0. So we can just do where profit margin less than 0. Right. And this is it. And we talked about this again. For just know this, you cannot use the alias. The only spot you can use an alias is the order by. For now, just hold on to that information. I will explain later. So if I try to put profit margin right here, the system is gonna, because it's an alias. Column aliases can only be used in the order by. For now, just hold on to that information. I will explain the theory behind that concept. Right. So I'm still forced to repeat that calculation again, the logic of the calculation and not the name of the column. And then make that less than 0 so that we get the negative profit margins. Right. And this is it. All of these are negative profit margins. See that? Non-negative profit margins, that will be greater than 0. And you see, if I run this, the values, all of them are now positive. Right. So this is very important. The goal here was just to show you how a calculation can also be placed on the where clause. We've seen a scenario where two columns can be compared. In the where clause, we've seen a calculation being used in the where clause. See? Okay, any question on this? It's a lot to practice. All right. And believe me, that's how you're going to learn this. You have to practice this. All right. You can create study groups. I very much encourage you guys to practice this. Right. The goal is to leave this bootcamp into a job site and start working. Now, how do you build your experience? Work experience, it's very important. It's through this practice. Do the projects. I'm going to bombard you with a lot of projects this week. Right. And struggle and make sure you complete all those projects. And that's how you build your experience. Each time you spend on this interface, you're learning. Each time you write a query, you're learning. You're implementing, you're practicing, you're implementing the concept. You become an expert in it. You start seeing errors. All those errors should not scare you. it will help to make you understand the concepts much better. And so whenever you're studying, you have an error, just take a picture of the error. I will be able to troubleshoot it and give you a feedback. I've been doing this over and over and over. I've seen so many different kinds of errors, and that you have to go through that process to build. It's an experience that you must go through it. There's nothing like praying and fasting on this. This is where we Africans will make something. There's hard work. It's different from that, you see. I keep saying this because I understand our African audience. You have to put in the time. You cannot pray and fast to understand this. It's not possible. You have to put in the time. Yeah, there's experience. Work. Yeah, you have hands-on experience. This is very, very important. See?
Can we please go back to question 8?
Question
And
8. Okay.
yeah, the
Yeah.
Adventure Networks LT22. When and do it again, because when I tried doing it, it keeps saying it's error.
Okay, you kept getting, so if you have an error, right, the first thing you should check when you have an error is the database. So we're just going through the steps of troubleshooting an error. First, database. So the question says AdventureWorks LT 2022. So right now I'm on Global Superstore. If I run this query, I will get an error. Right. So the steps in troubleshooting an error: first, database. Oh, am I on the right database? Go back and check. Oh no. So you have to run this and switch it. Right. First, and then if you run the script again, you get an error. Then you can now start looking at it. This is not an error. Maybe this is what you had. You think it's an error. It's not an error. It just shows that.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Okay. Yeah, this just shows that there is no product with a list price less than the standard cost. This is different from an error. This is an empty result set, meaning that no product was sold at a list price less than the standard cost. The list price is the selling price. The standard cost is the cost of making the product. Every business wants to make profit. So this will always be more than this. So we're just trying to investigate, hey, is there any scenario where we have any product with a list price less than a standard cost? So this right here is not an error. You actually get a result, but no row qualified. So this is an empty result set. It's different from a scenario where you get an error. Maybe I forgot to type the where. I stated the condition without indicating the where clause. If I run this, this is an error. This is not an empty result set. It's an error. You always get a warning. Sorry about that. And you always get a warning message. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. I can get you now. Thank you.
Good now. Sorry, I'm having an issue with my headset. Please, can you reply? Can you hear me? Can somebody just reply?
Yeah, we're getting
Can
there.
you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we are getting you. We can get you.
Yeah, I can get you as well.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, but your volume is a bit low.
Yeah, sorry about that. My headset is keeps getting disconnected. Keeps getting disconnected. Let's see if I can. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, I think it's better now. I can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm just gonna take off the headphone and just do it that way. Okay, is my volume okay?
It's gone down a little bit. It's gone down a little bit.
Yeah, that's because I'm not using a microphone. Okay, I think this should be much better. Let me see if I can increase the volume. Okay, okay, sorry about that. So I was explaining right here the difference between an error and an empty resource set, right? So I've missed out on the where clause. I've just stated the condition without any where clause. This is a syntax violation. If I execute this, I get an error. Right, so this right here is an error. And if you look at query completed with errors, it gives you a red flag right here. Right. But if I go back to the query and I notice, okay, I've missed out on the where clause, I'll type the where clause and run this query again. It goes through, query executed successfully. This is the result, empty result set. It just simply means that no product met this condition. There was no product where the list price was less than the standard cost. Right. I'm happy you brought us back to this. This is very important. So an empty result set is different from an error, a syntax error. See, the query ran successfully, right? But we get an empty result set. So this condition was not met by any of the rows. If I dismiss the condition, see, I go back, I get this. I add the condition. So no product was sold at a list price less than the standard cost. That's just the business implication of that output. Are we okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Okay. So I think we've done this 9. Yeah, I think that's the end of this comparison operators. Is there any one of these that you need to go over again? I just wanted to go over this comparison operators and take note that these conditions are evaluated on a row by row basis. So we go to the first row, run it, check the condition. Let me just run this. Let me see the database itself. It's good. So we go to this row, we check is the margin, the profit margin less than or equal to 0. Is the profit margin negative? This one, that's how we evaluate row by row. So if I run this, it will do that evaluation. And the only rows we get in this result are those for which this condition is true. It starts right here. Is the profit margin of this row negative? The answer is yes, true. So this, I'm trying to explain this part, this evaluation of true, false, or not. This is very important. See? Right. So is the condition is tested against every single row on the original table. Right, the original table, we get this without any condition. We have 51,290 rows. When we set in this condition, watch how this number decreases. Set that condition, execute. Only 12,544 meet this criteria, this condition. Right. So this is important. I want you to understand what is going on behind the scene when you write a condition like this and click on the execute button. It goes really fast. But then this condition is tested against every single row in the original table. Only those that condition is true will be returned. Right, this is very, very important. So if we're all comfortable with the comparison operators, we can now go to, I just have two more to cover today. I don't want to put in a lot today. We have the in operator and the between. Let's go to the between operator. Let me just give you a clue. On the between, you always set a range of values. List of employees with salary between 80,000 US dollars and 200,000 US dollars. That's the range because you have a start value and an end value, and we're searching everything in between. So whenever you're looking at a range of values, a start point to an end point, the between operator is the first thing you should think about. So it says right here, select values within a given range. The range is inclusive. I'm going to demonstrate this. It means that the beginning value, start of the range, and the end value, end of the range, are included in the range. Right, let's get into this so that you understand it better. So we are now in the segment of logical operators, this zone right here. And we're going to talk about the in for today and the between. We're going to push every other one tomorrow. I don't want to cover so much today. So between operator, this is very, very important. All you need to do is spot a range, a start value and an end value. And that qualifies you to use the between operator. Right. Let's take an example. Let's stick to this database. This is it right here. I'm just going to execute that. Right. Right. Select statement that lists the name, product number, color, and list price for all products with list price in the range, this and this. So only products whose list price falls in this range. This is the start value and this is the end value. This is an excellent example to use the between operator. And see how you're going to put it. I have two options right here. This one is using the between operator. So we're going to list out those column names. This one is something we did last week. This is what you get. You get everything. Of these 295 products, how many? Only show me those that have a list price between 200 and 300. So this one is coded directly from the way you see it in English. List price between 200 and 300. That's it. Sorry, 2,000 and 3,000. That's it. Just the way you say it in English is the same way you're going to put it. You cannot miss this out. It's between a start value and an end value. And if I run this query, check out every single product that is listed right here. Their list price falls in that range, 2,000 to 3,000. And you see we are down to 22. Right. So you can see we've moved from, I think we had 290 something. There's 295 products. Out of these 295 products, only 22 products have the list price in the range of 2,000 to 3,000. This is it right here. So every single one of these has list price in that range. The product has a list price of exactly 2,000. They also qualify because the between operator is inclusive. It means that this value and this value are part of the range. So the boundary points are also included. You're going to see this example in the next one. Right. This is one way to do it, and this is a popular way. Some people use comparison operator, what we just studied above, and see how they put it. List price greater than or equal to the start value you always use greater than or equal to specify the start value, and list price less than or equal to the end value. So there's a start point and there's an end point, everything in between. This is the approach of the comparison operator. You see that the between operator is easy. Just put between, following the start value and end value. And the column is not repeated twice. You see, just once, where list price between this and this, end of story. If you're using the comparison operator, you use the column that get the starting value and column again that get the ending value. You see, there's a repetition on the column name if you're using the comparison operator. This one also does the same. We get the 22 rows, and also on this one, we get the same 22 rows. So the goal is to spot a range. A range has a start value and an end value, and we're getting everything in between, including this and this. Because this is very, very important. Right? This is a range. It has a start value all the way to this. Anything inside this range is including the endpoints will be targeted. Right? I want to stop right here. I'll give you a moment to go over this question. See how we've coded the between operator. This is easy. Where list price between this and this. So a range. This keyword is very important. Each time you think about the between operator, think about a range. It gives you the ability to select values within a given range. And every range has a start value and an end value. And you just simply code it by doing where the column between the start value and an end value. If you don't want to use the between operator, you can also use the comparison operators by doing this. But you have to repeat the column name twice. First, in connection with the lower limit, the start range, and second, column in connection with the upper limit. You see that? The endpoint. This is very important. For the lower limit, we're doing greater than or equal to. For the upper limit, we're doing less than or equal to. This is a symbol we use for at most, and this is the one we use for at least. Okay, so let me pause a little bit and give you some time to explore this, understand the scope of the between operator, and see how we use it in this question before we move to the next one. Okay, any question on this? So please take note, we are now looking at the between operator. This is very, very easy. It works with a range, start value or the begin value and an end value. And the coding is really straightforward. Products with list price between this and this. Same thing, where list price between this and this. That's it. Right. This is very important. Let's take another example so we can understand it better. This one is still on the Adventure Works 2022. We are looking at writing a query which returns business entity ID, rate, change, date, and the rate for all employees who make between $50 and $150 per hour. So if you explore this table, we're told to use the employee pay history table. If you go to the database Adventure Works 2022, in fact, let me just dismiss this and let's work. Let's just follow the steps and work on it. So first, this is obvious. It was stated in the database right here. That's the first thing. And the second thing we're going to do is read through and identify the table. We're told is the employee pay history table. Next big question, what schema is that table located in? And that answer can be gotten from the Object Explorer window. And so you see what I'm doing right here. I'm doing the exploration of our table to understand it better. My target is to find the schema. Employee pay history is right here. Human resources. So that is a very important discovery. I will just take a moment and do a select star from that table. So this is human resources as a schema and employee pay history, this one. Employee pay history table. If I stop right there and execute this, see, I don't need all the information on the Audio Explorer window. I can put it to the side so that I have more space to understand my, more space on the editor. Right. So let's run this. First, business entity ID is one of the columns that was requested. This is right here. The rate change date, this one. The rate. Now let me explain this. This is how much this person is making per hour. So if in one day you work 8 hours, you're going to take that 8 multiplied by this amount. So this is the pay rate per hour. Right. And so we are looking at those high earners in the company. Right. And we're giving a range of values. So give me those individuals who make between $50 and $150 per hour. And that column we're going to use for the where clause will be the rate column. Right, this is the amount of money these employees are making per hour. Right, so this is very, very important. Right, so let's get to work. I'm just going to go in now and throw the where clause. It's built on the rate column. I just showed you the rate column right there. That's what you get from exploring the table. Right, it's the rate column. And the next thing we're going to do is identify that this is a start value and this is an end value. So this constitutes a range between this and this. So we're going to go for the between operator. So first call up the column, that's the rate column, where rate between a start value and an end value. Please don't do this. Don't include the dollar sign or the dollar symbol on that, because by exploring column rate, we do not see dollars attached to numbers. So don't do this. See that this is very important. Although you're getting an outcome, but I don't expect you to do this. The rates were given without the dollar symbol. Right. So we have to dismiss this and also this. Right. Now let's run this. This is what you're expected to do. Right. And the next thing we're gonna do is just attach those columns that were specified. We're looking at business entity ID. So I'm going to dismiss the asterisk and just go ahead and type the columns that were requested. Business entity ID, the rate itself, the rate right here. The next one is the rate change date. Rate change date. I think that's all. This is it right here. And if you notice, all the employees that we've listed right here, their rate is in this range, 50 and 150. And anything in between. This is very important. Right? We are not just looking at 50 and 150, no. 50 all the way to 150 and everything in between. It's a range. So you're not just, these are just the endpoints. Right? This is very important. I'll talk about the in operator. I'll show you a very popular interview question. Right. And again, some other person will solve the same question using a comparison operator. You have to remember that for a comparison operator, you have to use the column, target the lower limit. So where rate greater than or equal to, the lower limit is always targeted by greater than or equal to. That's the minimum. Greater than or equal to 50, that's the lower limit. And for the rate column again, less than or equal to the upper limit, which is what? 150. So this is how you code using the between operator. We have those 7 employees, high earners in the company, 50 to 150 pay rate. And with the comparison operator, this is how it's going to look like. See that same 7 rows. All you need to just remember is this one is easy. The way you study in English is the same way you're going to code it. Where rate between 50 and 150. That's it. For this one, call the column target the lower limit using greater than or equal to, and call the column target the upper limit using less than or equal to. Right, as you practice this, you're going to understand this. Right, I'm always a fan of this. This is really, really straightforward, easy. Okay, let me give some time to explore this. We're going to address this, a very important question I want us to address, so we can talk about these boundary points and make some very important declarations. So I'm going to give you time to explore this. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Let's address those before we go ahead. Okay, so there's a concept I want to introduce on the next question, this one right here. This is going to help us understand when we need to kick out the boundary points and how to include them. So by default, the between operator is inclusive. So whenever you call between the between operator, the boundary points will be included. Right. Let me explain this. So I want to modify this question. We're going to write a query where we're going to focus on those employees with a pay rate of between $9 and $10 per hour. Right. So the 9 and the 10 are part of the range if you use between. So what does that mean? If any employee has exactly $9 on the rate column, they will show up in the result. Exactly 10 will show up. So everything from 9 all the way to 10, including 9 and 10, that's the meaning of inclusive. If you look at the definition of the between operator, it tells you that it is an inclusive range. So the endpoints are part of it. If you run this query, this is what you get. So by default, between does that. So I see somebody right here making exactly $9. They show up in that range. That's the endpoint. Exactly $9, you see, right there. And also exactly $10, you see, on that range. So this is an example of an inclusive range. And everything between 9 and 10 are also included. You get to see 9.5. See? So 9 and anything between 9 all the way to 10 and also including 10. That's the meaning of an inclusive range. And I try to define it right here. Inclusive range, the endpoints 9 and 10 are included in the output. You see them in the output. Inclusive range. That's by default between operator. If I do the comparison one, it's also inclusive provided I put the equality right here. So this is also an inclusive range. So 9 will also be there because of this equality. We are saying greater than or equal to 9. 10 will also be in this range because we are saying less than or equal to 10. So if you examine this equality, it tells you this is going to be an inclusive range. And same thing we saw above. 51 employees have rates between 9 and 10. The same result we had from the between operator. This one, 51. Now see where the difference comes in. What if you step in and you drop the equality? You get what we call an exclusive range. In an exclusive range, the endpoints 9 and 10 are excluded in the output. This is strictly greater than 9. This one says 9 greater than or equal to 9. See, equality means that 9 is also included. We drop the equality, so 9 is not in this range. We drop the equality right here, 10 is not in this range. If I execute this, last time we had 51 for an inclusive range, we are down to 33 for an exclusive range. And you're not going to see any pay rate of exactly 9 or exactly 10. The 9.0 is gone, the 10.0 is gone. You see, this is the outcome of what? An exclusive range. When you drop the equality, so we drop the equal sign on both sides. On this side, we drop the equal sign. So on this side, we drop the equal sign. The presence of the equal sign makes this an inclusive range. So you're back to this inclusive range. If you drop the equality sign on both sides, you're making this an exclusive range. You must be able to define this. Right, this is very, very important. Define and also understand the implication. So these boundary points will be excluded from the range. Any employee with a pay rate exactly equal to 9 will not be part of this range. Why? Because it says rate greater than 9, strictly greater than 9. Same thing. Any employee with a pay rate of exactly 10 will be excluded from this outcome. Why? Because it says strictly less than 10. So that's an exclusive range. Stop right here. Questions. You must be able to understand inclusive and exclusive. Between by default is inclusive. This is very, very important. Between is inclusive. Now, the idea of exclusive, you must go through the comparison operator and drop the equality. That's how you get an exclusive range. Question. You know what? Let me give you a couple of minutes to explore this, and then we're going to address your question. So first of all, take a moment and read through this and run the queries, and then we're going to reconnect and talk about any issues or concerns you have on this. So this is a very important concept: inclusive range, exclusive range. Okay, any question on this? Yeah, this thing needs a lot of practice. The thing is, one aspect I want to address, hopefully I did it right here, the concept of dates. You can also use between operator across dates. And now you have to remember that dates are strings, so they have to put them in this. Now let's look at this question together. This is global superstore. So let me just transform that. So write a query to return customer ID, customer name, order date, ship mode, ship date, and shipping cost for all orders placed in 2014. Best way to solve this question, if we had studied the date function, like I said, you just have to put the year of the order date equal 2014, right? So you just put where year. So year is a function that goes into a date and extracts only the year. So the others were placed as the other date. So you have to take this. This is the concept we're going to see in the that should be week 5 concept, right? So that's it. This is how you're going to solve this question. And if you go through, all the other date is 2014. All of this 2014, right? But without this, what can you do? Without the knowledge of the year function, what options do you have? What we all agree we cannot do is to go in here and put other date equal 2014, because this is a date. It is giving you the year, the month, the day, and the timestamp. So you cannot just compare these components right here to just one component. This is not a fair comparison. Right? This is very, very important. You see, you get an empty result set. Right? So in the absence of the year function, we know we cannot do this. This comparison is not balanced. You cannot compare a date to a single specific value. It doesn't work like that, you see. So dismiss this, and we are faced with this situation where we have to transform the year 2014 in a date range. When does 2014 start? 2014 starts on the 1st of January 2014. This is the date, because the column we are targeting is a date. So we have to present this value as a date, the full date. So this is the beginning of 2014. We want to visualize 2014 as a range with a start date and an end date. So this is it right here. And then when does 2014 ends? This is the last day of 2014, December 31st. Now, any order that was placed between this date and this date is an interpretation that that order was placed in 2014. And now we can confidently use the between operator. This is the start date for 2014, and this is the end date for 2014. And any order that came in that range, that order was placed in 2014. Right. So this is very, very important. And if you don't want to use the between operator, you want to use the comparison operator, you know what to do. The order date greater than or equal to the start point, and this less than or equal to the end point. I want to stop right here. Any question? Please understand how this transformation was done. Right. When we get to those date functions, where you can just put the year function and point it to 2014, it's going to be easy. You don't need to use the between operator for this kind of question. But in this case, the knowledge we've acquired so far limits us to this approach. Just transform 2014 as a range with a start date and an end date. And this is the start date right here. This is the end date right here. Where the order date between this and this, it will give you all the orders that were placed in 2014. Remember, we are using order date. We're not using ship date. It says orders placed in 2014, not orders shipped in 2014. You have to be careful with the question of understanding. I will give you a couple of minutes to practice this. Or we can just go ahead and let's take another 10 minutes break. Yes, we need a 10 minutes break before we get into the in operator. So let's take a 10 minutes break. We're going to study the next operator, which is the in one. This is the last one for today. So my goal for today was to do the comparison operators, exhausted all of them, and then we do the between operator and the in operator. Tomorrow we're going to look at the and, or, not, is not, and the like. And that will be the end of the word clause, exhausted. And now you're ready for any kind of question on the word clause. Right. Okay, so let's take a 10 minutes break. Let me set the time. Please go ahead. If you have any question, you can address it once we are back after the break.
See you after the break.
Okay, are we back?
Yep.
Okay, so the next thing I want us to address is the in operator. I think I spoke briefly about this one, but let's address it officially. So the in operator is very, very important operator. It gives you the ability to explore multiple values in the same column. So this is very important. If you're searching for more than one value, use the in operator. The equality will not help you search more than one value at the same time. Right. So the in operator will address multiple values at the same time. Let's take an example. We are back to that global superstore. This one. I want us to give the location details of each customer in these 3 West African countries: Nigeria, Ghana, and Cameroon. See, in this question, you will be using the country column. We cannot put an equality right here and put country equal Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon. You cannot do this. All right, this is very, very important. I want you to start seeing how the in operator comes into the picture. Equality is for a single search, one value at a time. We are searching country equal Nigeria. If I run this, the country column, it's only Nigeria. Yes. And you see that 905 rows from Nigeria, the global superstore. Everything points to Nigeria only. Right. So you cannot bring in a second column. I know most of you might have been thinking about this. What can we do to search second value? Let's search Ghana. You cannot put a comma and you put Ghana. Right. Or think about any other way you can do this. Right. Alternatively, right, you can do an or and you repeat this condition, now changing the value to Ghana. Right. This is very, very important. You can now change this condition and you can bring in Ghana. The system allows this approach. First search will be for Nigeria, or this is very important. We're going to see this more tomorrow. And an or combination, when to use it. Right. And if you do this, it works. See that? You're going to see in the country, you're going to see a mixture of Nigeria and Ghana, because those are the 2 values we search. See a couple of Ghana values. If we sort this as the purpose of the order by just throwing an order by, you're going to see order by subsequently, but it's an easy. This is how you sort. When you're dealing with millions of records, you can sort them in a particular column. Let's sort on the country column. If I run this, see that the sorting G comes before N, so that's why. See Ghana at the top and then Nigeria towards the bottom. Right. But then the official way to do this is through the in operator. When you're searching more than one value, you want to search for Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon. Right. And the column of interest will be the country column. This is very important. You can do a select this thing on country. You see the list of countries that are supported in this table. Right. So the in operator, when you're searching for more than one value in a given column, we are searching for Nigeria, Cameroon, and Ghana within the country column. So the best way to do this is through the in operator. In is a list of values. In support a list of values. This is very important. Equality is searching one value at a time. Right. I really want to emphasize on this. Right. So where country in, you now open a list of possibilities. And inside this list, you type out the possible values you're searching. Right. And always remember, these are values, and if it's a string, it goes in to that string environment. You cannot do this. You get an error. See that? It must go in this environment. You can search for one value. If you have just one value, this you can do this. This will be the search. Right? This is also valid. In fact, this is how you should do it. Right? Alternatively, you can go for a list environment.
and your list has just one value, this is also a valid search, right? But the advantage of this environment, I can put a comma and bring in another value. And that's the power of the in operator, searching for more than one value. See that? Right. And I run this. See, I can put a comma and bring in another value. See, search multiple values within a given column. In operator, a list of values to search. And this is it. And only the values I've listed in that list will be targeted on the result. Right, this right here, you only see Nigeria, Ghana, or Cameroon. You will not see any other country which is not in this list. This is very, very important. So this is how you do multiple search on the same column. Right, and it's a funny approach. I don't like this approach. Too much typing. I'm very slow in typing, so I don't do anything that has to do with a lot of typing. Some people will do this, and take note, and all. The day you switch this to an and, you expose yourself to errors. You're basically searching for a country whose name is Nigeria, and that same country's name is Ghana, and that same country's name is Cameroon. This is not possible. You get an empty result set. See? So you understand why, if you want to use this option as a multiple or condition, list the first condition, put an or. Country should be Nigeria, or the country should be Ghana, or the country should be Cameroon. Now you've made it inclusive. That's it. So I'm not a fan of this. I hate this approach, too much typing. I just prefer to do this. In operator, list out the values. End of story. This is it. So the in operator is an operator that gives you the ability to list out multiple values, and this environment must be there. That's the list environment. If I remove this, again, I'm exposing myself to errors. It's a syntax violation. You don't get anything from that error. Query completed with errors. See? So you just have to understand this, practice it over and over. And let me stop here for questions. Please, questions, the in operator.
I have a question, but it's about the or.
Okay, this right, yeah.
Because like when you change to an, shouldn't the query have return an error message instead of like giving like an empty successful query?
Okay, yeah, let me address that. That's a very important thing. This is the second time I'm having that. So there's a difference between when we talk about a syntax violation. Violation is at the level of the language, the SQL language. Right. So there's syntax violation when you don't follow the coding standards for SQL. This right here is not a syntax violation. This is more like a business violation. So this right here, this query is valid. There's no syntax problem to this. And let me show you a quick way to check for valid syntax right here. This is check mark. We call it a pass. If I just click on that, you see completion time is then it's a command completed successfully. It's just a way to do a quick check on your query. So it is validating your query, not the business side of the query. Right. So there are two things. Syntax violation is with respect to the syntax of the SQL language. When I remove the where clause, it's a syntax violation because the language tells me that if I want to impose a condition, I do it at the level of the where clause. Right. But then, so that's why when I run this, I execute, I get an error. The query completed with errors. This is a syntax violation. But then when you use and in the place of or, it's not a syntax violation, or vice versa. And in the place of or in the place of and. It is just more like a business logic violation. Right. This is addressing the business construct. Is it possible to see a country that is named Nigeria and that same country is named Ghana and that same country is named Cameroon? This has nothing to do with SQL. It is just the database, the business concept behind this orders table or behind the country relations and stuff like that. Right. So I understand your question very well. That's a very important question. This gives you an empty result set. It simply means that no transaction fulfills the conditions you've listed. It is not a reflection of syntax violation from a SQL perspective. Right. This is very, very important. So you get an empty set simply because the conditions you've stated are too hard that no record has fulfilled the condition. We've not seen a country that is named Nigeria and that same country is named Ghana and that same country is named Cameroon. Right. This is not possible from the business side. Right. It has nothing to do with the SQL side. It's a valid SQL code. Valid? You get an answer. It's a valid. But then another issue would be if you remove this one. SQL tells you that if you state a condition and you want to go to another condition, you have two things to do the connection, and or. If you remove and that, this is now a syntax violation. And take note, the syntax violation, you get the red stuff and you get this warning message: query completed with error. This is a syntax violation. Why? Because we stated a condition and we moved to another condition without connecting what is used to connect this condition to this condition. Nothing. That is a syntax violation. You either use the and or the or. You cannot put a comma. Syntax violation. So yes, this is a syntax violation. You get this error, and usually when you double click on the error, it takes you to the offending line. Right. So yeah, this is a syntax violation. You either use an and or an or when it comes to connecting conditions. We're gonna see this tomorrow. Right. So I want us to understand that difference. What is considered to be a syntax violation when you're violating the SQL. And English has its own rules and regulations. Right. Yeah. So that I hope that is understood.
Yeah, that's good. And again, I have a follow-up question to
Awesome. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
when it comes to like errors, right? Would you say like all errors like when writing like a query comes down like to syntax, or are they different? There are different type of errors, right?
Yes, there are different type of errors. So I know logical errors and then syntax errors. Let me show you something. Let me copy this. But the two I can adjust. We have the syntax one and the logical one. A logical violation and a syntax violation. You start what I'm going to write. I'm going to type right here. You will not be. Okay, let me just do this. Select this. Usually in a syntax violation, you're going to see a red underline. Right, that's how you get to know, okay, something is wrong, something is off. Syntax violation. Logical violations are difficult to spot until you execute the query or you are skilled in the execution. We're going to do this. This is Superstore, yeah. So we're going to do this. Show me each subcategory. Show me subcategory. First of all, let me put the table. You see, I'm struggling to type this because I've not declared the table. The system will help you to give you those column guidance once you have the table stated. Now, if I start typing sub, you see it pops up subcategory. I want to show me a subcategory. And this is what we're going to study on around the 5th week of the training. No, not the 5th week. Next week, actually. Grouping. So show me a subcategory and tell me the total number of sales generated for each subcategory. This is what we're going to see next week. Total number of sales generated per subcategory. I can visualize this process for you so that you understand where I'm getting to. Show me each subcategory and tell me the total number of sales generated. I just drag the subcategory, this or this, it doesn't matter. And then I show the sales. And it's going to see when I drag sales, it do the summation. That's the same thing I'm using right here. Nicely done in this. And I can sort. You can clearly see that the phones category had the highest sales. That's why visualization is very powerful, because you see it. We are visual people in nature. You see, we are, right? This right here, few minutes presentation, everyone understands what we're showing. Visualization is really powerful. I'm comparing the different subcategories and how they are performing with respect to sales. Everyone in the board meeting will understand that, okay, our highest sales is being generated by phones. This is it, right? And our lowest sales is coming from customers. On the SQL side, this is what you're going to code. This query is synthetically accurate. There's no syntax error associated with this. Now, there's what we call a logical violation. If I execute this query, I get an error. This is a logical violation. With respect to the syntax, this is fine. Check on the Mac, it executes nicely. Syntax-wise, this query is accurate. Now, logically, this query is a mess because I've forgotten to put something called a group by. And it's simple. If you have a ungrouped column together with the group column, you have to take the ungrouped one, the non-aggregated one, and put it in the group by. And interviewers like this kind of stuff. They show you a query like this and ask you, will this query evaluate? Yes or no? So this is what we're going to see next week. Right. Without this, if I do a quick test on syntax, it passes the syntax. So this query is syntax correct, but logically it has an error, and you feel it when you execute it. Why we are missing the group by? Now this query is valid both from a syntax perspective and from a logical perspective. See that? Right. So I will come back to this. Right now you don't understand, but that's a very important question. I like that. I will come back and address it more when we're gonna see this next week. So on the visual side, it's clean. See, this is what I've done. On the SQL side, it's the same thing. Right. And if I go ahead and order by this, as a sorting that we can compare what SQL is telling us and what we are seeing from the side. Let's do descending. So from the highest total sales to the lowest. And again, phones have the highest sales, followed by copiers. Same thing we saw in the visual. Phone, followed by, was that copiers? No, this is GH. Okay, there's a difference in the data source. So my data source is sample superstore. Why I am using the global superstore. So the global one is a bigger one. Right, that's just the difference between that. If not, if I was analyzing the same data set, I would get the same on the two sides. So one is global, the one you have is a bigger one, the global one. This one actually is analyzing. Let me remove these tables. I'll just remove the other table alone. Then it's gonna help them you not here. So yeah, it's just a difference. This one is global, one is sample. So you're using the bigger one, the global superstore. Yeah, so I will come back to this. That's a very important question. So in syntax check, this is a button. Write the query, do a quick syntax check, click on that. It checks the syntax for you. Right. And tells you if the syntax wise your query is correct or not. Let me remove this and let's bundle this and do a syntax check on that query. Yes, you get an error. See? And I double click on the error message. It takes me to the line that it thinks it has an issue. So syntax wise, we are missing a where clause. This is a very great syntax error. You cannot impose a condition without a where clause. It's like you're pointing to a table without a from clause. Right, so that's a syntax error. Right, so this is valid. Now, if I remove this, now you begin to understand why you cannot just call a table name. You need to put a from clause. This is syntax violation. Test it. Syntax check is this check mark right here. Incorrect syntax. You see, it's telling you incorrect syntax. This is a syntax check. Incorrect syntax. You need a from clause to point to a table. You cannot just put a table name without a from clause. See? So this is syntax. Same thing on this. You cannot just go ahead listing columns, or even if you list the columns with the select, you don't specify table source. Columns don't come from space. I keep saying this. Columns can be traced to a table. You have not specified the table. Let's do a syntax check on this. Oh, it says completed. Now this is what we should. Right. So Sorry, this is wrong. Right. So we need to, and the red underlines will also give you a clue on violations you're doing. This is the right stuff. We need the from plus. Now, if you go ahead and execute that without that from plus, the system will give you an error. You are requesting columns, it doesn't even know the table where these columns are coming from. It's not stated. Right. Okay, so I hope there's a lot of questions you ask that it's gonna make sense as we proceed in the training and we go deeper and deeper in the objectives. Right. Okay. Any other question on this? So please take note. In operator, equality operator, this has a lot of flexibility. I can create a list and just check for one value in that list. Some other persons will just switch this since it's one value in this inequality scenario. The in operator is very flexible. If it's one value, you can still use it. But you cannot do this with the equality operator. You cannot bring in a second country with a comma. You might think, hey, this is valid. If you're the one building the SQL language, you might code it like this. Unfortunately, those who build this language didn't see it from this perspective. This is a syntax violation. Right. Whenever you're seeing testing more than one value, it is no longer an equality. It is an in operator, and it goes in an environment, open and closed. And the values are listed, comma separated. Very important. See that this is it. And the next one we have to add is coming. Right. These things are very important. They need a lot of practice so that you know this little concept. Right. And there's one more right here. So we're almost here and a couple of questions to go. Yeah, let's just address the same thing. We are targeting the order priority column and we're looking only at orders that have a high or critical order priority. Out of curiosity, you might think, hey, what are the order priority status supported by this table? Just do a select this thing on order priority. That's how you understand table or the database you analyze and you become an expert. The more you work on this, the more you become an expert. If I just run this, I will see repetitions. I just want you to show me the different levels of the order priority. How does the business classify order priority? And that's when you understand, hey, I needed this thing right here. And these are the the four levels of priority of our orders. From the low priority, high priority, medium, or critical. And this question is targeting what? The high and the critical order priority. There are two values we're targeting from the same column. That's an excellent question to solve with the in operator, where order priority in, high, or critical. You can also solve this by using the equality. The first one targets high, or second one targets critical. No order can be both in the high priority and the critical priority at the same time. That's why you cannot use an AND right here. If you run this, it's not a syntax violation. It is a logical or a business violation. You're violating the business construct. The business rules and regulations states that no order can exist in the critical and in the high status. You can only occupy one of them. See? Right. So that's why we cannot use the AND connector. We go for the OR. This or this. I'm not really a fan of this approach. I like this one. Let's type in straight to the task and you hit your target. So the other priorities you see right here, they are only those that are listed right here. If I go to this list and I dismiss this one, it will be dismissed in the outcome. So everything will now be high. It's just the same as saying order priority equal to high. See, everything is high. Right. So please take note, know when to use the in operator when you're searching for multiple values. You know when to use the equality when you're searching for one value at a time. This is searching for high, or if one that comes in and search for greater. Yes, this is valid. You can play around with. Better still, go for this. Okay. We have this. I don't want to do all this analysis, just focus on the tables, bookcases, furnishings. That's it. I built a few a chart right here. That was what subqueries. No, sorry, not subqueries. What was that? That was subcategory. I can now add a filter. Only show me tables, bookcases, and furnishings. In a visual aspect, this is what you do. You take the subcategory, that's a column which you go in the where clause, and all the values are listed. You dismiss everything and you go for the ones that you want to see. I want to see bookcases. I want to see furnishings. There's one more. Tables, bookcases, furnishing. 3, only 3. And the tables to add in all the tables right here. This is what we call filtering at the level of a report. These are conditions in SQL. In SQL, they go into the where clause. This is a condition right here. Where subcategory in tables, bookcases, furnishing. See that? In a report, this is what you'll be doing in Power BI. You will drag the column into the You will drag the column into the filters. That's how you do it in Power BI. In Tableau, in Power BI, to be a little bit different, but it's the same concept. And you now go and target the specific ones you want to see. Right, and click on OK and apply. You see, it has filtered your chart or your visual to only show the 3 that we targeted. And you can also add this as a filter in the report. This is it. At any given moment, you can go activate. If I activate accessories, it gets added to the chart. If I activate labels, activate storage, anything I activate, if I dismiss all of them or include all of them, this is filtering. Right? It is so powerful. So for this question, we just wanted to see the bookcases, the furnishings, and the tables. Right? That's all we wanted to see. SQL, you put this in a where clause, and if there are multiple values, remember you're using the in operator and you're listing those values inside this environment, comma separator. You're going to have a lot of fun when you do Power BI. I can promise you that. Visualization is very important. But first, before you get to Power BI, let's take a moment and understand the SQL language and know how to communicate with databases. Right. And that's the goal for this first model. Okay. I will use the last few minutes to this data set I shared. This one right here is a housing market. No, sorry, let me go back to this is an Excel document. We're just going to call it into SQL Server. Right. This is with 2, A1. You all have the Melbourne housing market. It's an Excel document. You just right click and go to properties. This is Excel. So we know the sources. Excel. We have to load it into our destination SQL Server. So this should be in your week 2, day 1. This is what I want us to do. First, we're just going to create a database. It's the same thing we did for Global Superstore. We're going to create a database. Just type create database. Create database. This is a real estate. Let's just call this real estate. Right. Let me see if I created that before. I'm going to delete this copy I have right here. Delete. So you guys will proceed to create a database called real estate. So the real estate database will hold Excel document we're going to call. We'll call this Excel document. This is it. It will show up in that real estate database. But first, we have to create a real estate database, and it will load this table into that database once we are done with the import process. So I'm going to close this, and now you understand what we're doing. This is an Excel document. We want to call it into SQL Management Studio. We want this to load inside the estate database. So first, execute this query. We create a database called real estate. When you're done with that, just shut down the script. You don't need it anymore. And we should be able to refresh this and see a new database that has been added called real estate. Now you can right click on real estate, go to import, task. After task, towards the bottom, you're going to see import data. We've done this before, right? So first create database called real estate, right click on real estate, go to task, go to import data. And once you click on this, it's going to launch the wizard to do the importation. That's the wizard right here. Go to next. On the data source, you are selecting Microsoft Excel because the source is an Excel document, Microsoft Excel. On the file part, click on browse and go choose that Melbourne housing market, which is in what? Week 2, day 1. You have to point to the part week 2, day 1, the Melbourne housing market. I've selected that. Click on next. The destination is SQL Server. We are going for OLEDB provider towards the bottom. Microsoft OLEDB provider for SQL Server. Right. And click on next. Now you're ready to start the importation. Next. Right here, click on next. And this next and finish. It's 4,856 rows have been transferred from the Excel document called Melbourne Housing Market into our database called Real Estate, and it will be stored in a certain table in this database. I will show you the table. Let's close this. You can now refresh, go to state tables. Table name will be the name of the Excel document. This is stored in the DBO schema. I just want you to remove Melbourne and just leave housing market. So you can just right click on this table and edit that. That name is too long. Rename. First, let's remove the parentheses, the strings around Melbourne. Remove that. Dismiss Melbourne. The table should be housing market. No space. No space. Table name should be housing market. No string, no dollar sign. Just like that. Housing market, no space. It's a simple table name. I think that's better than that long name. Enter. That table name has been updated. It's just simply housing market. And now you're ready to explore. I will bring you a lot of questions on this. First, let's connect to real estate. Let's do our very first exploration of that database table. So first, real estate. We have a new database called real estate. Those of you who are interested in real estate. Yes, question. So the table name is housing market found on the real estate. Execute that. Let's get all the columns. 34,856 rows. Somebody wants to buy a house. They want to give you some criteria. I need a house that has maybe 5 bedrooms. The price range is between this and this. The house was built in a particular year. You can just plug in all those conditions in your workflows and execute it, and it will show you a list of houses that meets that individual's criteria. Right. So let's finish up on the workflows. Exhaust all the possible operators. You will have a lot of projects to do in the workflows. It's 2 minutes after time. We're going to end work for today. Tomorrow, let's go back to the objective. we're going to continue with the. So today we've just looked at the comparison operators. We've exhausted those. We've looked at the between and the in. So tomorrow we're looking at and, or, not, is not, like. That's how we're going to knock off the word clause. Right. Okay. So see you all tomorrow. I will work on the video and upload it. Right. I think the recording should be fine. I'll do some adjustments on the recording process. So you should have the video, please. If you need to go over it, and preparation for tomorrow. Please study the operators we've done today so that we can add more tomorrow and you still feel comfortable. Right. Okay. Bye everyone. See you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Awesome. Yeah.
Peace and love.
Somebody has a question. Okay. See you tomorrow. Yeah.